externally, but definitely there is an internal dealer. So we have devices that monitor, that manages access, people who have privileged accesses, administrators, and then we have the network access control, where we have from the big network, the wide area network, we segregate that into smaller networks, and we also call what we call virtual LANs and the honeypot. Now, virtual LANs means if somebody's in finance, they have their own network. If somebody's in IT, they have their own networks. Then if you're in finance, you have no business with getting into the services in the IT network, those sort of things. That's what we call the VLANs. So we put those sort of controls. And then when I talked of the honeypot is basically when you put the firewalls, you put an area which seemingly looks like the production environment. But when a hacker comes in, then you begin understanding their behavior. What was their intention? What did they want to do? We have a number of policies that we've put in place to tighten or to try to forestall cybercrime. Most of these policies are around the password controls, what people do, how often password reuse, and there are many of those. I can tell you, for example, for us, the password length is at least 10 digits, and it means that password cannot be found in a dictionary. You cannot use a dictionary word for the password, and many other things. Then you can never use that password. You can only use it in the 8th round. It means every 30 days we expire the password, but then you can never reuse any of those passwords until maybe on the 8th month. Then we have done multi-factor authentication. The way we do this, we use the IAM facility. If you're transacting on the internet, if you're transacting on the mobile banking, we give you a device which enables you, when you put in your username and password, then you have to have another probably PIN that you give, the one-time password, which expires after probably 10 seconds, that sort of thing. Or if you're trying to deposit, or if you're trying to withdraw at a certain level, then you have to get further approval. It's not that you continue, you access your account and you can swim in the river. We've also tried to protect the customer identity online within the networks. What we've done to avoid the man in the middle, we do a lot of encryption, and then we do a lot of prioritizing the traffic. You understand what traffic is passing through, and if you know your systems do not use probably HTTP traffic, you ensure that you give less priority to that traffic. So you're trying to suffocate that sort of traffic. In the banking sector, we do a lot of what we call fraud and transaction monitoring, meaning if somebody gets access, we get to know the behavior of our customers. If, for example, Francis Ekemu is known to be withdrawing 50,000 per day or per week, and then all of a sudden we are seeing you withdrawing 5 million, 20 million, that sort of trend is not your trend. So then we probably do not allow that transaction to go through until you get further approvals. We're also saying that if we have changed something, if we are static data is the information you gave us. If you gave us that Francis Ekemu, your number is 123, your mobile number, and then tomorrow you come and change it to 345, you've changed the static data, meaning that then I don't allow you to immediately transact on that account until I've confirmed that you are the authentic person. Also, because again, we have to use technology, meaning that there's a lot of people getting into our systems, the third parties and all these other links. And if we have to go over the internet, then we use the VPNs, the virtual private networks. instead of using what I used to use 20 years ago, the remote desktop, you just connect, because then you're trying to avoid the man in the middle. Again, the vulnerabilities, the cyber crimers, what they do is to go to the internet and learn the weaknesses of various applications. So whether it is the easiest example I can give is the Internet Explorer. We try to, as much as possible, use the latest version. Why? Because the older versions, then people go to the internet, know what the vulnerabilities are, know what tools to use. I had somebody talking about John the Ripper. You use those same tools to then have access to systems. So what we do is periodically, for whether it is the banking application, whether it is any of the applications that we use, whether it is the operating system, we ensure that these are patched. Those of you who have used the Microsoft, you know about the Patch Tuesday, where there's a Tuesday of the month where Microsoft sends out patches. We to avoid phishing and all those other risks, exploitations that the cyber criminals use to avoid the ransomware. At the server level, we do scanning of each of the mail, and we also, in the awareness, try to tell our staff, please do not open mail that you do not know the source. So awareness coupled with scanning of what is coming into our system is what we do to try to avoid the cyber criminals. Because what if then they get access through mail, they can put a keylogger, and then it logs people's passwords, and then after that, once they've gotten their credentials, you never know. Even when you are using an OTP, one-time password, it may be transmitting that. We are also moving away from authentication using what you know, username and password, to using biometrics. And you're going to see that coming out a lot in the banking sector. We started with the thumb biometrics for authorization, but we see that does not work for certain age limits, especially the elderly people. What we are going for is using sensors and facial recognition, so that when you come to the banking hall, then immediately, without you knowing, you've taken your facial recognition, we've gotten access to your account, and using your voice when you speak, you can withdraw money. Now, I'll tell you how that happens. I can tell you a scenario. One of the banks I worked for one time, there was a twin. Somebody had a twin brother. This guy was called Kato, and he had a Waswa as his brother. So Waswa was in the UPDF and went to Somalia. Then Kato came, and they were identical twins. Kato knew how to sign like Waswa. He came in front of a teller, he signed like Waswa, and took the money. Now, eventually, when the Waswa came back, you see, when we played the cameras, we saw it was a lookalike. When you looked at the signature, you couldn't fault it. But you see, when you go into biometrics, the even identical twins, they do not have the same. There are certain features on the faces or on their thumbs that are not the same, and even how they talk, then there's a difference. So that's where we are taking it in the banking sector, to differentiate using biometrics, and also to make it easier. Instead of sign here, sign there, these papers go out into the street and people have information. We try to avoid providing that. Another area where we've seen a lot of crime, cyber crime, is around the ATMs. We put an anti-skimming device. Normally, somebody would put a device where you put in the card, and then that device would probably read your PIN and all the things. So we put in another device. We put in a device to avoid that. On top of that, if you see around the keypad of the ATMs, we've put another cover, because we noticed that somebody can put a camera somewhere nearby, and then they can see you typing in your PIN, and what we have seen is they put some gadget like a cell tape with a gadget. When you put in your card, it looks like your card has been taken by the bank, and then they can come out and take out your card. Now, when they use a camera to see your PIN, then they really know your PIN, and then they take away they know your PIN, and then they take away your money. So to avoid that, we've put a shield on the KIN pad, and then also we put the anti-skimmer. But more so, I think we also saw a wave of Bulgarians coming and connecting laptops to our ATMs. And then instead of the ATM for it to give you money, it's the switch. There's a device called the switch, not the switch that you know on the network. The payment switch would normally know whether you have money or not. What these people would do, the Bulgarians, they would come with their laptops, and then they stop the ATM from reading from the switch. They just command the ATM to move all the money which is on the safe down there. So there's a tool we call Solid Core to forestall that, because you cannot put in the drivers, you cannot, we disable all those ports of the ATMs. So those sort of cyber criminals cannot use a laptop to try to defraud the bank. We've also put cameras, those all ATMs, by the way, forget about the big CCTV cameras that you see on the ATM lobby, but just medium where you put your credentials, there's a small camera that records everything else that a customer is doing. So we do that. The other wave that I had my colleague talking about is on the mobile, and there are many things happening around the mobile there. For us, what we have done to try to prevent that crime is, one, when you come to register for the mobile application, we capture the IMEI number. So in event somebody steals your phone and tries to install an app and try to pick money from your account, the IMEI number, because they will be using a different headset, that will definitely be different. But we've seen that that only works for people who are using the app. If you're using the featured phone, which means and using featured phone means using USSD, then that initiative won't work. What we've done is that we're working with the telecoms. They provide us what they call the IMSI, the International Subscribe Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's like this the serial number of the SIM card. So if you've gone to the telecoms, you've gotten my number. You have not stolen my phone. You've gone to the telecoms. You've gotten my number, and you will now have access to using my phone number. If we see here, we monitor. If we see that there's a change in the IMSI, then we do not allow that transaction to pass. That's what we call a cool-off period. A cool-off period means that if the MEI numbers change, or if the IMSI number has changed, then we do not allow transactions to happen within the next 48 hours to allow the customer to come and report and all other things. We're also using as the Bankers Association, we're working together to listen to what sort of crime is happening and what we are going to do and what other banks have done to stop that sort of crime. So we share a lot of information. Although the business is in competition with us in IT amongst the banks, we have an association, we have a WhatsApp group. We work together to share intelligence about what crime is happening to try to save our brother, because the same people who would hurt one bank would want to hurt another. Basically, by and large, that is what we do to try to prevent crime. I had 30 minutes, and I think I've done justice to my time. Thank you. I'll take questions. There are many other things that we are doing, but at a very high level without giving details, because that would expose me as well. That's what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. These have been very good insights. As you are giving us the details, I wondered whether there are any reports of how many customers whose money has been refunded after it's been taken. I'm calling upon members to be able to either supplement or even ask questions before we move on to the next. Okay, we have Raphael. Please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you so much, my colleague from St. Mary Bank, for those insights. I want to make a comment and also ask a question. My first comment is to do with the SIM cards that are outdated. We have a lot of those in the market. So this could also prevent a challenge for the country. And so if you've used a SIM card for more than 10 years, it's high time you took it back to the telco company and is what? Because these SIM cards are now known to come with inbuilt what? Vulnerabilities, which we did not know in the past, but which we now know. My second comment is on we also have a lot of clone devices in the market. To the extent that you will find that more than one device has the same IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier, that my colleague from St. Mary Bank talked about. So these clone devices actually are giving us a challenge to perform forensic investigations. Because if you have to go to court, you must be able to prove that it was this device and not this one, and which one is the true. So that is also a challenge from the forensic investigation point. So this is something that probably government also needs to address, to remove clone devices from the market, to help the police and also the forensic investigators. Now, my question is, and this one goes to the previous presenter, we know that honeypots have proved to be effective even within the telco sector. We are using them to be able to watch, we entice the hackers and then we're able to monitor their activities. But we know that this honeypot, sometimes, if it is an experienced hacker, he will be able to know that there's a honeypot. So my question really is to find out whether the hackers we have in the market, when our systems are being attacked, like from the banking side, do we see these hackers avoiding the honeypots? Or as a bank, we are still seeing them fall victim of the honeypots? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That question has left Mairi. Yes, over to you, Francis.
Yes, he has educated me about the clone device. I've not known about that. We are working with the telcos to try to move away, to ask people to change their SIM cards. And that is an effort which probably we are going to take as UBA, Uganda Bankers Association, so that we tackle that. Now, about the honeypots, of course, people have become clever and they know about it. What I did not want to say is we've got another method, what we call double skin or triple skin. We don't put one firewall in our system. We put like 2 or 3 firewalls, and each of them from different vendors. So that in event you compromise one firewall, probably from Cisco, you'll not know that I have another firewall from another vendor and probably another firewall. So instead of putting one firewall and configuring the rules, we are putting 2 different firewalls. Now we also put a firewall at the gateway. We put a couple of layers of firewalls at the gateway. That is to the data center, we add other firewalls. And to be honest to you, absolute security is not possible, but as much as possible, we try to put in controls, knowing that they are very expensive, but then also using the security operating center and using the SIEM, the security events management. We try to pick out anomalies. And that's what we use to try to build a case. Now, for us, it means that people work 24/7. We have 3 schedules. People working from 6 to 2, from 2 to 10 p.m. and from 10 p.m. to 6. So you have warm bodies around most of the time to ensure that they don't catch us at our weakest point. But yes, you're right, they're trying to avoid the honeypots, but we still try to use it to catch the novel hackers. Thank you.
Well, wow. Thank you so much, Francis. As you were responding, it reminded me of an item called an onion. We have all enjoyed onion in kachumbari style, in food. And an onion has several layers. And I think the layers have been very well explained in his presentation. So we need to be very secure and be able to look at the baseline security principles to be able to help us to avoid most of these problems. Any other comment coming through?
Thank you so much. My hand was up. I don't know if I can speak now.
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Francis. I'm thrilled by the efforts that you are putting in place. It shows as a bank you have taken cybersecurity by the horn. But I like also the phrase that you said, we are going to take it on as UBA. I don't know whether these are efforts that you have agreed as UBA to take on, because for us, the consumers, we go to any bank across, you have an account here, another account there. Maybe what are some of the efforts as a block that you are pushing out? Then I also wanted to speak about the clone devices. There is an effort by government. I've been privileged before to have had engagements at the Uganda Communication Commission. There's a centralized equipment identification system that is actually only waiting to be turned on. And as I told you earlier on, that this is a process. There has been stakeholder engagement and also appreciating the effect that will happen thereafter. So soon or later, this will also be dealt with, but the multiple effect of switching off the devices may cause another effect of its own. In the name of providing security, also there is a risk factor that you may cause denial of service to certain users. So there have been efforts to, as much as possible, ask people to check the validity. And that is very simple. If you have your phone, you dial *197# *4. That was a USSD code that was, I'll put it in the chat probably. It works across, it has been unified. Previously, people had to go on a site, then you put in the IMEI. But now once you dial that USSD code, it's able to tell you the make of your phone. Now, that make that it brings up should be able to match with the handset that you're holding. It will also inform you of the operating system that you are using. So if it is actually telling you that that particular phone should be running iOS, and you're running maybe Android on it or the other, or you're holding a Tecno M3, but then it brings Tecno M5. I'm just giving an example. Then it's very important as a consumer that you know that this phone is not meeting the GSM standards. That's just one check standard. We may not say that it doesn't have malware. That one needs a laboratory test of the device. So that's one thing we've been encouraging. Another one, been encouraging people to also check how many numbers are under your national ID, because some people have gone ahead to sell their identity, or you went to register your number, one number, and the agent abused, there's what we call escalating privileges. They used their privilege, misused their rights, and registered another SIM card under your details, but you do not know about it. So we're encouraging people also to check using *197 *2#. When you do that, you put in your national ID, and if you've done that on an MTN or Airtel, it will be able to tell you the numbers under your national ID. So if you find a number that actually you don't know about, that's one layer that you should be able to quickly go to the operator to have that number deregistered. So also as consumers, we have a responsibility to play. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aguma, Jimmy, for this wonderful insights. Members, please check into the chat room. There are very good responses going on. And that will be very good for us to also to know.
Can I
As,
respond to Babu,
Please.
again, Jimmy?
please, Francis, go ahead.
Yeah, he asked what we are doing as UBA. As you know, security solutions are very expensive. And I have a budget of at least $2 million, $2 to $3 million per year. What we are doing is we are saying, like the security operating center, like some of these devices, can't we share them? Can't we share the cost and have one point and we monitor all these sort of things? So that's where we are going. We are going to ensure that we have the state-of-the-art security, but then not replicated across all banks. As a Bankers Association, we invest in all this state-of-the-art technology. We put it in one place and then we all use it. That's where we're going. And we're also going to share more intelligence on what is happening, because we have seen that if we do not work together, then these cyber criminals are going to hurt us. These hackers are going to hurt us. And that we've already started the process. It's not that we're just thinking, we've already started the discussions. We have monthly meetings and we are going to operationalize this by next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Actually, in Mumba, capacity is actually going on to make sure that we build up the kind of such personnel to assist in the same process of making sure that some of those issues are actually dealt with. Next on board, we want to bring on an individual by the names of CPA Eric Sakwa. He is a principal auditor there and is going to discuss to us individual, organizational, and system vulnerability. Now, Sakwa is a certified public accountant of Kenya and certified information systems auditor. For more than 10 years experience, he will first work as an accountant.
Share the screen.
In National Water and Soil Corporation.
Hmm?
Yeah, you can. You want to share now?
Yeah, I want to share.
Then he then worked as a auditor. As an external auditor with JP Partners. And then Roya, and for the last 5 years, he's been the head of risk and compliance at REA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Mr. Sakwa to take us through the next session. Mr. Sakwa, you have 20 minutes, and then the 5 minutes will be for a Q&A session. Meanwhile, we have information going on in the chat room. Please make sure you check in there and post your comments and questions.
Thank you, moderator. As already explained by the names, I'm Sakwa Eric. My topic this afternoon is dealing with individual, organizational, and system vulnerability. Now, before we go to the main topic, would like to look at the agenda. I'm going to introduce the topic in as far as first pointing out what the fundamental principles of cybersecurity are. Then would like to understand what vulnerability is. And then I'll give a few examples of some common vulnerabilities. I believe this will set us to better understand the context in which the vulnerabilities are going to be discussed. under the main presentation, of course, will be the individual and organizational vulnerabilities. And then, following on that, I'll attempt to put vulnerability and how they are managed into the context of an organization. Thereafter, we shall end the presentation and then invite the questions. Now, when we talk about security, we talk about 3 fundamental principles. It's called the AIC triad. Some people like calling it CIA. Whatever and however it's called, whenever we talk of a system security, we are looking at making resources available. We are ensuring the reliability and timely access to data and resources, moreover, only to authorized people. And in instances where there's a disruption in availability, then systems have to be brought back online in a secure and prompt manner in order to minimize disruption productivity. Now, we have to guard against both insider and outsider threats. The second principle deals with integrity, where we say it is upheld when accuracy and the reliability of information and systems is assured, and any unauthorized modification is prevented. So we have controls like access, where you have a password in order to go on a computer system or to access the database. Now, we also have what is known as, the third one is known as confidentiality, where we are trying to ensure that the appropriate levels of secrecy are enforced at each stage of data processing, and that any information or data is not disclosed. So when we look at data, we are looking at data at rest, we are looking at data in transmission, and once it reaches its final destination. So the next issue we would like to look at is, what is a vulnerability? Now, a vulnerability is basically a weakness, which includes human weaknesses or a flaw in a software, a system, or process that will allow a threat source to compromise its security. Now, an example of a vulnerability might be where anybody is allowed to maybe access your server room without going through any kind of restrictions, and also where your applications are not patched. We identify a threat as any potential danger associated with the exploitation of a vulnerability. And we also talk about a threat agent being one who can exploit a vulnerability to harm the organization. Now, there is a link between a risk, a vulnerability, a threat, and likelihood of exploitation of and the impact of that exploitation. So risk is the likelihood that the threat source we talked about earlier exploits a vulnerability and causes harm to an organization. We also need to look at what an exposure is. So an exposure is that instant of being exposed to losses. So when we talk of vulnerabilities, we are talking of exposures that an organization faces because maybe of lax password management or things in that manner. Now, to address all these things, we talk of controls or countermeasures or safeguards. So we put these in place to reduce the potential for the risk. For example, we have been talking about firewalls. We talk about security awareness training. We encrypt data. Physically, we use guards and strong passwords. The next question is, why do we bother about maybe all this? We need to deal with vulnerabilities because if we do not attend to them, then they give opportunities that can be exploited to the detriment of an organization. For instance, if somebody got unauthorized access to a system, the threat agent can run malicious code, he can steal data, he can install malware, and many other things. Now, for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to limit myself to a few exploits, which even if whoever is listening out there has never heard of them in his life, they can relate to something they could have done, and now they realize what they did. So one of the first one, one many common one is called an SQL injection. Now this one mainly, SQL is a programming language program, which mainly affects online databases. For instance, if you go on a database, there are certain fields which you are supposed to be able to input so as to access the data. However, if the inputs are not properly validated, then you can easily mess up the system or the database, and therefore you are going to suffer issues of availability, integrity, and confidentiality. Another thing which happens is what is known as buffer overflows. Here is when a lot of data is accepted as input to a specific process. Now, processes have various levels, and there are variables within the memory. So when a particular memory has to have 4 maybe bytes of data and you put 8, then sometimes it's going to overwrite the 4 and crash the system. So you find that your system is overwhelmed by the requests you put there and it hangs. Or sometimes people also are able to put the correct amount of data, but at the end of the day, it allows you to put malicious code, which can be executed at that point in time, or at times, it can reside within the system and be triggered by a certain event or a command. These are what are known as logic bombs. Now, there is a third exploit known as cross-site scripting, whereby when you visit a web page which has been exploited by this, the malicious code will insert on your browser, and then it can hijack your session, it can execute malware, it can bypass access controls and others. The other exploit which we should be aware of is known as open source exploit kits. These are designed especially to look for known vulnerabilities. Now, the final one is the security awareness weaknesses, which can be weak or unpatched applications, or they can be backdoors. Now, when we talk about coming to the main topic, individual, organizational, and system vulnerabilities, we identify different types based on the infrastructure on which they reside. One, we distinguish people as between a threat actor and the insider threat. We look at organizational, physical site, hardware, where we are going to look at embedded systems and Internet of Things, and software, which includes the discussion on applications. We identified earlier the threat actor as an entity that can identify a vulnerability and exploit it to the disadvantage of an organization. Now, normally when we think of the most common attacks we think of, and following on the discussions, even which have been presented today, we have most of the things are assumed that there are people outside of the organization who are trying to access our organization and do harm to us. However, there is something called an insider, and which is a person who is empowered to have right of access to a system. He can represent or decide about one or more assets of the organization. And this is somebody who is employed within the organization. Now, this person, he poses a threat when the privileges which you have given him or her are misused, or when his access results in misuse. Now, there are many definitions of who an insider might be, or an insider threat. However, there's one which, as of now, which seems to be able to capture a few things about what that kind of threat is. So, Pred says that an insider is defined in terms of his characteristics as an individual, where you are looking at motivation and his level of knowledge. Then he looks at the organizational angle, whereby policies, whether they are real, whether they are official, whether they're effective. He looks at the system and how critical is that system, or in what role does that system play in facilitating the threat. And then you look at the society, whereby ethics, what's right, what's wrong, and the law. Now, we have to understand that threats from an insider pose significant security problems because there's a difficulty in distinguishing them from everyday activity. So because they have these information and capabilities, which the external threat agents do not have, they can cause more serious harm. Now, because of the way it's sometimes hard to distinguish between the insider threat, we look at some things which may be or may not be an insider threat. Sometimes we have acts of malice or an accident. Sometimes people commission things deliberately or intentionally, or they do things accidentally. Sometimes the threats are obvious, other times they are not so. Then we have people who are known as masqueraders, who may steal a password, traitors, whose intention is malice, but also they may also be legitimate users. And then there are people who do things accidentally. Then you can have a combination of all these factors. So what this means is that to deal with an insider threat or the vulnerabilities is a challenge. First of all, we don't have a commonly accepted risk framework and policy to manage insider threats in most organizations. The other problem is that their impacts, they manifest in multiple dimensions. For instance, when we talk of financial loss, We talk of disruption to the organization, loss of reputation, and the long-term impacts of organizational culture. Now, what part or how much does the insider threat play towards these things? And was it accidental? Was it intentional? Another issue is that different organizations suffer different types of threats differently. So it's impossible to benchmark or to learn from what other guys' lessons learned are. It's also unclear how effective various prevention, detection, and response techniques are in reducing the level of threat and therefore in reducing the risk. For instance, if you have a prevention control and it's working, is it because of how it's worded, or is because of the person, the way the person behind it or supposed to follow it, how he perceives it and how he believes it should be done? So since insiders have special knowledge, there's a need to balance these security policies and organization dynamics to successfully reduce these threats. So we now we look at three types. We can distinguish three broad types of threats, insider threats. We have what's known as misuse of access, where somebody has privileges which he uses to misuse resources. Now, it is hard to detect by technical means because already such a person has those he has been assigned legitimate access. Then we have instances where people bypass defenses. And remember, already this person is inside the perimeter. So there's more, so the danger is that he can do more harm than maybe an outsider. So now here we talk of technical and non-technical detection to see whether there are changes in a person's behavior. Then we have access control failure. Yes, the insider should not have access to maybe specific system resources. Now, this is a technical problem which can be addressed maybe by access controls, and prevention is actually straightforward. But to detect access control failures is also difficult. So how do we approach managing these insider threats? So there are three approaches. The most common one, and which from my listening into the discussions throughout the morning, I've dealt on issues of technical, where you have a security policy in place, where you have access controls, where you do monitoring based on rules, where you can use threat modeling. Like with threat modeling, it's there's something called a finite state machine, whereby you want there not to be any false positives, but in reality there are always those. And then anomaly detection, whereby you have a system which is trying to detect behavior which is contrary to baselines. And then when you get a result, then you are thinking that maybe the result is because of some issue which you are not aware of, and therefore you go deeper to try and find out what could be causing that kind of behavior. Now, the second one is a social technical approach, which again overlaps in terms of security policies, monitoring, profiling individual behavior. Then there are predictive studies of late, whereby you want to predict whether, because of the way a person behaves in an organization, it could be a risk to it. Then you have what we know as forensics. Now, these are after the fact procedures of what happened. Yes, you can know what happened, but still you may not be able to know what motivated it to happen the way it did. Now, the third one is a sociological, psychological, and organizational, whereby we have a gentleman by the name of Gritzer and Frinkel. He has profiled people in an organization who are potentially malicious insiders. According to him, he says when you come across people who are disgruntled, who have anger management issues, they are disengaged with their fellows and the organization, they have problems accepting feedback or criticism, they have disregard for authority, and they don't perform well, they have performance issues, then probably you should think of these kind of people as potentially malicious insiders. Now, the management scholars also believe that the role of organizational culture, on the one hand, may be able to build a good organizational risk structure, but then there's too much trust in risk assessment, incident management, and training and awareness. And yet, all these controls may not be able to address the insider threat comprehensively. Then they do profiling and monitoring, privacy and legal considerations must also be taken in consideration, because what is private? What's private to me may not qualify to, is a subjective thing. And to what extent will users accept restrictions to use of resources? Here we are saying that when there are so many rules to access the resources, then you find that people will find ways of beating this system. For instance, they say you have to use a different password for your laptop, for your phone, for this and that. But you find that many of us, we have only one laptop for all of the gadgets which are under our control. Now, we look at organizational vulnerabilities, and these fall into 4 different classes. So we have natural, environmental, which are floods, earthquakes, storms, fire. We have supply systems, maybe power outages. We have man-made. We have politically motivated vulnerabilities. So to address this kind of organizational vulnerabilities, we need proper internal controls. We need risk governance frameworks. We need proper risk management. Looking at physical security is a combination of people and processes that help to protect data and systems. Now, basically, the goal of the physical security program is to deter crime, to damage limitation if it is to occur, to detect, to assess incidences, and to have response procedures in place just in case something goes wrong. Looking at hardware, we just generally think that hardware should not be susceptible to humidity, dust, poor encryption, and that kind of thing. Now, when we look at hardware, we can distinguish embedded systems. These are small, cheap systems which use very little power. An example is a traffic light. This one works on microcontrollers, and therefore they have many sources for very many vulnerabilities. Talking about Internet of Things, we now have embedded systems which are now connected to the internet. And by some estimates, they are between 5 billion to 1 trillion. Now, the problem with the Internet of Things is that authentication, encryption, they are not normally encrypted, and updates are not automatically provided by their producers. Looking at software, vulnerabilities in software are primarily malware related. So we are talking of design flaws, insufficient testing. We talked of buffer overflows, interface errors, and lack of audit trails. Now, looking at applications, an application, they can be also what they call security bugs in applications. Now, applications are also weaknesses in software that can be exploited by attackers. So there are three main reasons why this may happen. First of all, we have porous defenses. This is where you misuse, abuse, or incorrectly implement or ignore techniques like encryption, authorization, or authentication. Now, the next issue with applications is the way applications misuse software resources. Now, these they can manifest in things like buffer overflows, where you have mixed functionality from untrusted sources. So the strategy here is that you have to use and verify inputs first, that they are from a good source. And you have to use them for the intended purposes. Now, the third issue with the software are insecure interactions between components. Here we are saying that data is sent from one component to another, and it's in this process that vulnerabilities can creep in and data can be stolen, it can be modified, it can be diverted to other things. So we have to encrypt data where we have components which interact with each other. Now, with networks, we have most of the attacks that we know of and which we have been talking of from morning have been concerning like networks. Generally, when a network is attacked, you might be denied service. Now that is a compromise of availability. Now there is something called sniffing or eavesdropping. Now that's an attack on confidentiality. Then the DNS hijack is one whereby somebody comes on your computer, if it is host-based, comes on your computer and it changes your IP address to point to a rogue server. So you can do anything. So you have to limit access to your laptop or computer. Network-based is where the agent is already in your network and he uses methods to direct traffic to a rogue server. Then the server-based hijack is where a legitimate server is compromised so that whenever it receives information or data, it automatically forwards it to the rogue server. So you have to properly configure network. Then the final one is something called a drive-by download. These are very common in that many times we go to a web and then we get which is hosting malicious code and we automatically get infected. Now, after you get infected, the threat agent will now move in your network and harvest whatever it wants to harvest from there. So the remedy is always that have the plugins, say like for video, they should be patched and they should be disabled by default. And when you are using Java, you should require that you have to manually enable it on a case-by-case basis. So to recap, malware is about exploiting vulnerabilities. It is deadly because one piece of malware can affect the whole organization. Secondly, because of Internet of Things, the risks of system compromise are many, coupled with maybe bring your device to work, whereby there are so many surfaces now and attack vectors with as many as the people who have them in the institution. So another thing is that more and more data is being kept in digital form. So more people are interacting via various interfaces, Facebook, WhatsApp, TikTok, email, e-commerce. Then many people do not understand technology they are using for sensitive things like online banking, and many accounts are configured with too much privilege. I remember the gentleman from the bank said in the beginning, there used to be one person with all the administrative rights, but now they are different people. Now, examples of malware, I just give briefly as viruses, worms, logic bombs, Trojan horses, ransomware, adware, rootkit, and botnets. So in summary, I just want to put what vulnerability and vulnerability management is all about. Here, I now present a slide regarding 10 steps to cybersecurity. Now, one, we first have to understand our risks. Next, we have to implement appropriate mitigation measures, and then we have to plan to be able to react when something goes wrong. So of these 10 steps, you can see we have risk management in the beginning. Then we have engagement and training. That is in order to build a risk culture. We have asset management, where critical data systems are identified and mapped. Then we have configuration, whereby we design and build security into systems. The fifth step here, we have now vulnerability management, where we have to protect systems throughout the life cycle. Then we do identity and access management. Here we are controlling who and what can access our data. Then we have data security, where we protect data whenever it is vulnerable. Then logging and monitoring is about systems which are able to detect and investigate incidences, moreover, electronically. Then to act, we have to have incident management plans in response to cyber incidents in advance. And then one other thing we have to look at is supply chain security, where we have to collaborate with our suppliers and partners, because they are also a possible source of risk. So that ends my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this in our systems and in our networks. You have also been able to look at you've been able to pronounce the threats of an insider, and also the techniques and approaches to overcome system vulnerabilities. Looking through the chat room, I see quite a lot going on, and quite a number of questions that have been raised. I want to use the next 3 minutes maximum to be able to answer some of these things. I have one called Andrew. He said, "Can you talk about responsibility of the red team and the teams in institutional cybersecurity management? Is intertwined and complementing in a low resource setting per se." Then I've seen, okay. Please say something about what is the ethical code that hackers have and how can legislators or human rights advocates best regulate digital hackers, firewalls notwithstanding, and what is Pegasus? There are quite a number of other comments. Of course, saying thank you for the wonderful presentations, and this in particular. I'll hand over the microphone to you to be able to respond to some of these things.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Andrew is asking, what is the responsibility of red team and a blue team, and whether their roles complement each other in a low, I think he meant a low setting. Yeah, so basically, red and blue teams, when we talk about red and blue teams, as far as cybersecurity is concerned, we are looking at a team of people who want to act like their external hackers. The red teamers, they will try and hack the system, but in an ethical manner. As in, they are trying to test the systems which are in place, the controls which are in place, and they are trying to emulate what the external hacker is doing. Now, the blue teamers, on the other hand, are more of the guys who are going to try and go through a system. They are going to try and predict the kind of risks, and they are trying to, at any one point, they are also trying to ensure that they test those systems in whatever. So the red teamers are offensive, and these guys are more like a defensive kind of team. Now, because of maybe the resources an organization may have, you may find that they may opt to outsource, say, the red team. Once in a while, you bring somebody to test how effective your system is. Now, with the blue team, this is something people should normally do in an organization. You should have what they call a security operations center, and you have people, say, like we have just been discussing vulnerability. You bring in people who are able to run vulnerability scans, scan the ports, scan whatever, and at the end of the day, you would want to give regular reports of how effective your controls are. So in a way, they supplement each other. I mean, they complement each other. Now, the next question, what is the ethical code of hackers? I think when I take it to mean that when you are a hacker, it depends on whether you're a black hat or white hat. The white hat hackers are people who are qualified as penetration testers, and they get certified in that regard. So to be a member of a professional body, you must be subject to the code of ethics for that body. Now, the black hackers are the people who I think are the ones we have been talking about the whole morning. These are people who want to do harm to you. So for them, they could also be members of their own organizations, and they could be having their own kind of ethics. But overall, ethics are ethics. Something is either right or wrong. So the white hackers have their ethical code of conduct, which all members follow. The other ones, maybe their ethics are lower and whatever. So when he talks of the Pagas, I think, attack, I think this was an attack which was targeted at, I think it was a SQL attack, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not very, I don't quite remember it, but it was something, I think, which was in line with something which happened whereby an infrastructure was taken over. The solar winds, I think. I'm not very clear on it, but it was in the manner of a SQL attack, injection attack.
Okay, thank you very much. One more last, and then we move into the next presenter in about 1 minute. The same question has been posed to Francis of Centenary Bank, and it says, I also want to direct the same question to the bank tech manager, Francis. How are if utilizing the capabilities of Red and Blue teams? Is it required anyway? How important is it? Can a single team perform the same effectively? Francis, if you're still online, you can give it a shot, or you can actually go to the chat room and respond to it into the chat room. Otherwise, interesting scenarios and discussions are going on into the chat room. Okay. Okay. Because of the time difference, we have a difference in time zones, and someone has been waiting. Okay. Francis, your hand is up. Or Raphael?
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor. I wanted just to thank Mr. Sakwa for the insightful presentation, and maybe to take a moment and remind our colleagues that we had talked about seeing an increase in attacks between organizations within the country. Now, what that is telling us as business owners or managers or as policy makers is that we are going to see an increase in what we call the gray hat hackers. These gray hat hackers are people who are also hackers who can hack for malicious intention, but they can also be hired or paid by somebody to attack another organization. So that is the trend we are beginning to see. They are called gray hat hackers. I wanted to make a comment. Then secondly, Pegasus is one of our integrators in the market. They are a company that integrates mobile money and banks. And I think some of the banks or the people who work in banks who are from here, you've heard of attacks. Like I spoke before, we are seeing a lot of attacks aimed at integrators. And Pegasus is one of those integrators who has been attacked by hackers in the market. But I will not want to reveal so much because of the confidentiality and sensitivity of the matter. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Francis, for that insight as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Professor Alex Mbazira from Marymount University, and is here to discuss for us an exposure to the cybersecurity and digital forensic tools. Dr. Mbazira. Professor Mbazira. Professor Alex Mbazira.
This is how a network is breached. This is how valuable data is stolen. This is Zero Day.
Allow me to invite Dr. Anne Arajo. Dr. Anne Arajo is a lecturer of international relations and security studies in the School of Social Sciences, Mpumba University. Her keen interest is in human security, and particularly contemporary security problems and their implications on human security. She also has a passion in gender security, and she's here to take us through cybersecurity awareness for a community of users. Dr. Anne Arajo, the floor is yours to take us through that next session. Over to Dr. Anne. Dr. Anne, you can unmute.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, great.
can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Session Chair. I want to take the opportunity to thank you for making me part of this interesting and important discussion. My task is to run those online and those that are physically present through cybersecurity awareness for a community of users. And I want to begin by highlighting the pillars of security and say that we have moved beyond a period of military security and got into what we call the non-conventional threats to security. And cyber threats is among those non-conventional threats to security. And therefore, it is important that as cyberspace users, we think of how confidential the information is. We also need to think of the integrity of the information we are getting. But importantly, cyberspace makes sense when it is accessible at any time, any place. And probably that is what makes it even much more threatening. We may also want to consider authentication, which colleagues have already mentioned, and also authorization. Who is accessing which websites and what rights do they have to access that website? Speaking of cyberspace and cybersecurity, the person listening to us and following us should be thinking of information sharing, information hiding as well, should be thinking of integrity, of anonymity, of encryption. Trust is a key aspect of cyber use. We should also be thinking of others like vulnerabilities, which colleagues have already made mention of, and also how secure our networks are. Like Professor Sima mentioned in the morning, that the world is moving from conventional forms of security, where we only trusted in the defense of the nation state. But we are now in other dimensions of security, including cyberspace security, and the growth and development of cyberspace indicates to us the need to protect it as we would the nation state, or as we would the people. So thinking of cyberspace, we think of it as a practice of protecting cyber equipment and tools. And this should be inclusive of computers, networks, programs, and data from attacks. Colleagues have already mentioned the kinds of attacks. They could be internal or external. So the person that you have as the best employee in your organization or company is probably the greatest threat that you have. Or these cyberspace abusers could also be external. So cyber safety, therefore, reflects on the nature of cyber insecurities. And with cyber insecurities have come wars, have come terror-instigated threats, espionage, offensive and defensive attacks. And therefore, this has the potential to affect economic, social, political, and diplomatic, military, and human security, among the others. It is therefore necessary that as we think of cyberspace use, we also think of cybersecurity for purposes of ensuring cyber safety. How big is the magnitude of these threats, you may wonder. I have picked examples from Africa based on research that was conducted in 2019 by Bada and colleagues, and they were looking at countries like Nigeria, like Kenya and Tanzania in Africa. And they were saying that Africa is one of the most vulnerable regions to cyber insecurity, because as cyberspace use has increased, so has the proliferation of threats. Particularly, we are using mobile phones, we are using laptops, we are using all sorts of gadgets. And we have the potential to make connections either using cables or Wi-Fi or any other means that we can access information. But as much as cyberspace has grown and given us those opportunities, it has also exposed us to a series of threats. And the cyber tools we are using, therefore, have the potential to transmit virus, has the potential to transmit malicious ware, has the potential to affect data. We have the potential to use cyberspace to propagate hate speech, and this results into violence, which threatens the security of the individual, but also the state. Economically, countries like Nigeria have made significant losses, and so have others like Kenya and Tanzania. Unfortunately, there isn't enough information to indicate how much of the losses Uganda has made, probably for reasons of national security, but we can see that the threats have already penetrated East Africa because we have Kenya and Tanzania making those significant losses. The threat actors range from those who take advantage of vulnerability of the systems just before the developer actually gets to know the weakness in the system, and those are the zero-day attackers. But we also have cyber criminals that are known to conduct illegal activities online, including connecting with human trafficking activities, with the fraudulent activities that involve money, with connecting to terror activities, among the others. And these are doing all this online. We also have those that are related to ransomware or organized criminals. These are the kind that will attack files and render them inaccessible. And so when you're sending a file, you think you're sending information, but you're literally sending a virus. The ransomware criminals are also related to data extortion, and oftentimes they demand from the victim a ransom. It could be an individual or a group of persons. Then we have those who are exposing information, exposing companies and organizations to threats from within. It is indicated that 30% of the data breaches across USA were, for instance, from insider attackers. Oftentimes, these insider attackers could do it intentionally with hopes that they will not be known, or it could also be as a result of negligence. And oftentimes, even when companies or organizations put in place policies, insiders tend to think that they know what to do and ignore these policies, but in turn create risks for the organizations. Other threat actors that we have include the scammers, who are mostly dealing in fraud, but also the social engineers, those who make you believe that they can actually get you to do what you would otherwise not have done. They come oftentimes as friends. They easily buy your trust and confidence. And before you realize, you have shared your password, you have shared as much information about you. And therefore, for them, they focus on taking advantage of the human element. It could be within an organization or outside an organization. And when they get this information, many times they will use other strategies, including phone phreaking, in order for them to get information and use it to their advantage. They can, for instance, call banks, they can call international organizations and pretend to be who they are not. They already got the information, so it's easy for them to mislead the rightful persons in these organizations to commit crimes. The tactics that these threat actors are using range from distributed denial of services. We have seen cases where countries like Russia have denied access to electrical flow to countries like Estonia. We have also seen cases where in California, there was a collapse in the water systems. It is alleged that China was the one which had attacked, but also they attack the media systems so that the TVs do not run, the television, rather the radios will not be able to run, and so will all other sorts of communication. They penetrate the telecommunication systems. Many times this could be as a result of ideological differences, but it could also be for country competition, especially between the superpower states. The tactics also include malicious-ware, where we have software attacks to cause damage. If you have read about the Trojan case, where one of the city-states in Greece lost a war because they did not know what was in this horse, and they took enemies into the city-state and finally were defeated, but they had pulled the threat into their own city-state. So the Trojans are part of the malicious-ware, and so are the worms that allow the enemy to gain access to specific data sources that you may not be aware of. We also have the ransomware, which colleagues have already mentioned. And of course, those who use all sorts of means to get into emails, the one that we call phishing. The question is, are these things that we are talking about real? Is it true that companies are actually losing money? I have here information from Australia, where the cost of the Australian economy of cyber criminality per year is up to $29 billion. And just for our information, this is Australia. So we don't know how much it could cost Uganda. We don't know how much it could cost our neighbors. But most importantly is that these threat actors are doing it through email. They are also penetrating organization information, taking advantage of the vulnerabilities in the cyber systems, up to a tune of 54% losses. We have data that is breached. We have organizations in 2019, for instance, in Australia reporting that 64% of the data losses was due to malicious attacks, but 32% accounted for the human error. So you can get onto your system, you forget to log off, you leave it open, or you're busy downloading from different websites information that you shouldn't be. not knowing that you're giving an advantage to someone who is hacking into the system also to get that information. 44,000 were cases related to cybercrime incidents on a monthly basis. And just as I ran away from this slide, 97% of the Australian organizations have suffered one or more breaches in the past 12 months. And so we need to be alert. And indeed, the topic on the cyber awareness for a community of users is not only timely, but it is also very critical for those of us who are using cyberspace. What accounts for this cyber insecurity? Like I mentioned earlier, that we have grown accustomed to using digital infrastructure. But as the opportunities come before us, so are the threats. So a heightened dependence on this digital infrastructure, we no longer have to send our letters, our information through the postal offices. We now just can type, we can make a phone call, we can use all sorts of digital strategies to communicate. But who knows, as we communicate, someone is already hacking into our gadgets and getting this information. And therefore, the wrong information can be delivered or it can be altered, and not all of it is delivered. 154 countries, or rather 150 countries are victims of this dependency on digital infrastructure. Cyber criminals take advantage of fear and uncertainty, but they also take advantage of getting excited over certain things. For instance, we have had or seen phone calls from persons pretending to be from different companies, and they are saying, you have won this, you have won that amount. Could I have your number? Can I? You know, that is how we get taken advantage of, because these cyber criminals are only waiting to take advantage of the human weakness. Most important thing maybe as we talk about awareness is that the humans have the potential to reduce, to mitigate this cyber insecurity, because we are the greatest players. There is nothing that is happening in the cyber world that is not instigated by humans. So we also have the potential to stop it. And yet we have the potential to have it grow as well by remaining unaware and also not closing the gaps in our weaknesses. We are also saying that the other factor accounting for this is how much time you spend online and what kind of websites are you visiting and what kind of information are you downloading. Now, we should stop the habit of thinking that if I am downloading it, it is only I that is going to get affected. Every one of us is vulnerable to these cyber attacks. School children can be perpetrators, even from the most amateur cyber users. They can be perpetrators of cyber insecurity. You can have a family member who probably knows all the passwords, but you don't know what kind of information he or she sends out or even receives, especially with the most of the youth now getting onto smartphones and having all sorts of websites and connections that they have. But most importantly is that companies are losing money. So industries are very much at risk. And so is the national critical infrastructure. If someone hacks into telecommunication companies, for instance, gets into the communication networks of parliament, of judiciary, of state house, the nation will have gone to the criminals. We are also saying that we have low levels of security structures, and cyber criminals take advantage of these low levels of security structures. They know the habits of the users. They know that we are reluctant, that we are confident of the social engineers we are dealing with. We do not doubt them any single moment, and they take advantage of that. But globalization has also come close to us, and therefore globalization has demystified the issue of space and time. This cyber criminality does not know borders. It does not know Kenya and Uganda end here and begin there. Our criminals are seated anywhere before their computers connected to internet, and they are busy hacking into systems. We have seen cases where the London Stock Exchange has been hacked into, Google has been hacked into, America has accused China, China has accused Russia, North Korea has accused Israel. So none of us seems to be safe. But we also need to have executives believe that it is important for us to invest in cyberspace and particularly cyberspace protection. We are saying that when executives do not buy into the idea of protecting cyberspace, then companies are greatly at risk. So non-involvement of executives is one of the most exposing factors, especially where we find that awareness is still low. Then we do not find any reason to invest in cyberspace. Yes, a colleague already mentioned about the banking sector. The reason why the banking sector and telecommunication companies need to be very much aware is because first they have to return our money when our accounts are hacked, or there are legal implications on this weakness in the systems. We have seen cases where Centenary has been hacked into and money was running off people's accounts, but the bank couldn't tell where these were coming from. We have also seen cases where Stanbic had to go down fast in terms of access to these machines, the ATMs, because they were not sure who was taking off this money. So for Africa, the factors for cyber insecurity in Africa, particularly from the 6 countries, including Ghana, Nigeria, DRC, and others, were that we do not have national programs that are speaking specifically to cyberspace and how to raise awareness among those who are using cyberspace on what to do, what not to do, and who to alert should there be any need to do so. That Africa is also having ad hoc initiatives. So we might be talking about how to protect mobile money users, but others are talking about information, others are talking about emails, and there is lack of coordination among the African states in terms of the structures of the African Union and the national levels. Because like we said, we have a huge team of activists that has come up and said people should have access to information. We are not challenging that one. Rather, we are saying, can we be safe for those who are accessing information and also the sites from which this information is being accessed? And of course, lack of ICT literacy. We don't know sometimes that by going to a particular website, we are simply exposing ourselves. Most of us are connected on WhatsApp, we are on Twitter, we are on Facebook. We have all information there. We have not in any way closed off some of the secrets into our personal lives, but you don't know who is accessing this information. And most importantly, like I mentioned a minute ago, that executives are not aware, and so they do not see any reason to invest in cybersecurity. But at the end of the day, it is companies that get exposed. So why should we be interested in cyber awareness as an issue as we go into cyberspace advancement? We are basically saying that with cyber awareness, we are talking about knowledge and attitudes. We are mentioning behavioral change, that we must stop thinking that the password we have is the most hidden or the strongest, or that it cannot be manipulated by any other person. And the reason is that we need to protect this information because information is an asset. Once a nation, an individual, or a company, an organization loses this asset, then you are as good as exposing this company or organization to extreme competition, but financial losses as well. And you are also putting the lives of your employees at risks. Now we can get that one and put it at the family level, that unless we are aware of what we are doing on these sites, on these social media platforms, then we may as well be exposing ourselves, but also extendedly our families, our children, and our most loved ones. So we are saying that cyber awareness is important for us to step up our cyber hygiene. We need to check how strong our passwords are. We need to check which sites we are connecting to, which internet providers are we linked to. Are you open to a public Wi-Fi, for instance, that you don't know the home of this Wi-Fi, but you have connected nonetheless? You have not been asked for a password. Be careful, someone could actually be seeing all the information and all the sites and what you're doing. We're also saying that it is important to be extra vigilant on verification. For instance, how many times do you have to check your password? Who can actually know your password on your laptop? How easy is it on your phone, for instance, when you're installing software and giving out any personal information? Does it hit your mind that this person whom you have given this information could manipulate it for the wrong reasons, or can access this software for the wrong reasons, can actually use your details, especially for persons who are working in key institutions like the banks, the registry in academic institutions, and many others that we may not necessarily mention here. We're also saying that it is important for us to follow official updates. One of the presenters already mentioned we need to keep updating our systems, but also the most trusted websites, because as time goes by, these websites are also hacked into, and the hackers have already understood how the website operates, what information is there. They can actually post information there, but because you're not aware, we take it for granted that this information is right. Many a times we have seen cases where, criminals send all sorts of using convincing language, and you are asked to click on a particular website. But just by a click away, you have only given away all your information as well. And like I said earlier, that these cyber criminals take advantage of fear. COVID-19, for instance, did not only send fears down our spines, but also it distorted the social fabric. And therefore, people were willing and ready to know what to do, what concoctions do we use. And by doing so, because we are eager to know, because we are worried, because we might be next, you can easily go to any kind of website and access any information, but that information could also take away your privacy. So let's use the most secure links that we have, and also public connections that we are sure of. Importantly, we should have emergency contacts. If it's a university, for instance, what do we do if someone has hacked into the university system and is accessing this information? We saw a case where in Chambogo, people who had actually worked internally had now, had access to this information. So as companies, as universities, as organizations, when, for instance, we get people who come on board internally to make connections, to give backup or systems, how long does it take for this information to be finally handed over to the mother organization? And within the mother organization, are we sure that this information has not remained in the hands of the system developers? Now, the greatest threats to cybersecurity, one of the reasons why we are not being free from cyber insecurity, is that employees are not aware. 43% of these employees will click a website, a link that is suspicious, and they are not sure of the kind of attachments that they are downloading. So they download, but this attachment could actually lead to a malicious infection of the system. We also have passwords, passing on passwords, like I mentioned earlier. Maybe, for instance, you're working at the airport that night, you're not going to work, so you share a password with a colleague. So at least 1 out of 3 people has shared a password, but you do not come back to even change that password. So the other person remains aware of this password. And in your absence, your computer can be accessed and the most wrong information sent out or deliberately used to get information from the other cyber users. We're also saying that we have dangerous diligence. 39% of the persons that were involved in a study said that it was a good idea to reply a potential social engineer. I mentioned earlier that social engineers are very friendly, so it is very hard for you to doubt them. So I think as humans, we need to increase our levels of suspicion, even in people that appear to us to be very good and kind and willing to help. The other percentages are, as you see them, we are saying dubious downloads are a threat, and also that 48% of the hacking into these systems and information and files are as a result of malicious email attachments. Because you're not sure, sometimes we say scan, but probably even your antivirus has gone down, and you might be scanning, but maybe you're not getting exactly what you should be getting for cyber protection. As we talk about awareness, there are those key actors who are important. Every one of us is important, but at the national level, we have governments, and governments should move quickly to realize that participation into politics, into economics, that the trade and exchange of goods and services, payment of these goods and services is no longer just done physically by cash, but is also online. We are using paper, we are using all sorts of paperless transactions. But also because people are accessing information, there must be regulation. Yes, there are concerns on privacy, but government must be clear on how deep into privacy it is going to move. Otherwise, with activism on board and calls for freedom of information access, we may also be bringing threats much closer to us. So in terms of laws and policies, governments must be at the forefront. Companies must partner with private individuals and or organizations or civil society organizations to increase awareness. We have, for instance, a Safe Internet Day on 6th of February, and companies like Facebook have already partnered with NGOs to increase this public awareness. But importantly, individuals must also be on the lookout. We must be careful how and when we use our gadgets and who has access to them and how exposed they are or how much deep we want them exposed and how safe, if we don't want them exposed, they are by having, for instance, very strong passwords that cannot easily be, thought about by anyone. So the reason why we should be talking awareness is that we need to create and reach out to broad audiences. Like I said, the cyber insecurity will not affect me alone because I'm careless, but any one of us could be a victim. So reaching out to broader audiences in order for us to build knowledge, to improve the skills and facilitate cyber stability will not only allow us to use the cyber world in an amicable manner, but also to have the right information flowing out for the good of humanity. We also need to stimulate, motivate, and remind audiences about what is expected of them, like we are doing now. And thus, we shall be enhancing the knowledge of users. We need them to change these attitudes about security and stop thinking that because we have locked the house, everything in the house is therefore safe. A cyber criminal not necessarily a criminal can break the window and use other means. So just as they are thinking of counter strategies, is how we must also be thinking of strengthening our ways to security into our systems, our networks, our pages, among the others. So for us to step up this cyber security, these are some of the ways that we can look at. Oftentimes we want to move flash disks, for instance, from one computer to another. We do not think so much about the implications of this, but we are seeing that as we move these media gadgets, we may also be moving virus or worms. We are also saying that we need to check our network security. I think Joseph and IT team will be very good on this one. We need to continuously monitor who is using, who used, and what kind of information has been accessed. We need to also secure our configuration, for instance, create a system inventory and define a baseline build for all ICT devices. But above all, and for purposes of this discussion, we need to increase the user education and awareness so that whoever is seated before a computer or a desktop or a phone does not anyhow leave it open or accessible by anyone. We need to remember to log off. We need to remember our passwords. Sometimes we write our passwords down and move. But a social engineer just has to glance at this password, and before you realize, they'll be making phone calls into banks and asking banks to move money and all those kinds of things. How prepared is Uganda? I found about 3 laws that one of them is the Electronic Transactions Act, that is majorly looking at security, facilitation, and regulation of electronic communications. I think the very controversial one has been this of computer misuse law, passed in 2022 and criminalizes those who write or send or share any information through the cyber tools. And this information, when it is ridiculing, when it is degrading or demeaning another person. But also we have the Electronic Signatures Act that looks at making provision for and to regulate the use of electronic signatures, especially when we are doing transactions online. The challenge is that most these and others are not preventive, they are rather reactive. So they are going to deal with the situation when it has already happened, when a company has already lost billions of dollars in cyber hacking and other forms of cyber attacks. So because they are reactive and not preventive, that's why we as human beings need to be up on the game and do not wait for it to hit us. The way forward is that we need a holistic level of understanding of cyber insecurity. We need to understand that smartphones are not working in isolation. What a smartphone does, a laptop can do. We need to understand that, yes, we have all these gadgets, but the most important thing of all is that we have the internet. Once we are connected, everything else is possible. But we also have the element of human beings. So humans must be alert on how we use and how we counter the attacks. We need also to intensify the cyber awareness campaigns at the global, regional, and national levels. We have the African, for instance, at the continental level, we have the African Information Society Initiative. We have the Internet Numbers Registry for Africa. The functionality of these strategies is also another question. But we are saying that legally we need structures in place to deal with the cyber criminals. We need domestic rules on cyberspace, for instance. If in a company, we could say rules on emails, we could have rules on emails, on browsing, on downloading, how much data, for instance, can you download, just to protect companies and organizations from that human element. And like I said earlier, the executive buy-ins. Organizations must also know the ecosystem, the cyber ecosystem within which they are working. We must know what is the most critical infrastructure that we must put our emphasis on. Is it data? Is it human beings? Is it the computers themselves? Is it the buildings? What exactly do we want to protect? And also, what kind of data are we protecting? If it is, for instance, an academic institution, we need to focus on probably the results, probably the transcripts, probably whatever else the organization feels is its most critical data, but also train and have responsible personnel that are aware of cyber insecurity. Devices should be updated, and we should avoid suspicious links, browsing links because they have been sent to our WhatsApp pages or groups. We are saying also that recycling passwords is not good. We need to have new passwords after some time. And if possible, have dual or multiple authentication, just so we make it a little bit hard for the hacker or any kind of criminal out there to get to our details. I want to thank you indeed for staying on board. Thank you. Over to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anne, for this presentation. I've actually been able to discover as you're presenting that just as we addressed the pandemic by requiring changing our social habits and routines to impede the infection rates, we must also be able to change our routine behavior such that we can maintain a high level of cybersecurity and be cyber healthy. So allow me invite two questions to make sure that we either supplement or ask. And then after that, we'll be able to get into the next presenter. We only have one presenter to go, such that we can have a lunch break. And after lunch, we shall have about 3 people to present, and that's when we'll call it a day. So anyone in the audience that has a comment, a supplement, a compliment, Okay, yes, Jimmy, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ann. I must applaud you and the team for the good and well done presentation. You spoke with a lot of authority, and I felt like this is a resource. My question is, what is the plan to do a multiplier effect, especially we are talking about the institutions, the academic institutions influencing curriculum development in our institutions? Do you have a roadmap like that to actually move this ahead beyond just what we have seen? The other one is under the African Union, there is a commission on cybersecurity, and Africa has also championed something we are calling the Internet Governance Forum. By any chance, do we have some of our universities part of this? I'm fortunate to have been part of this, but I still think that the think tank is in the academic institutions that should influence decision-making. I thank you so much. And maybe my last is, if there is space and opportunity, maybe a paper can also be presented before the committee for ICT in line with what you have already presented. I thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. Over to Dr. Ann.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Session Chair. I don't know where to begin because these are not simple questions from Jimmy to Ann. The first thing on multiplier effect, my view would be that the intention of such webinars is not just to spread the information or the campaign, but also for participants to duplicate these in their organizations, in their companies, in their institutions. Because we are talking about issues here that may not be openly discussed or even focused on in the different social institutions that we have, including the media, including the homes, including the national levels. Not every one of us might be aware. So my thinking on the multiplier effect is, if we can spread the message home from home, who knows, then maybe we may have people like Jimmy also do the same in their companies. I think that is for me on that one. On the other issue of governance at the cyberspace governance at the African Union, I think one of the things that the African Union encounters, not just in terms of cyberspace, but regionally, is that every country is struggling with its own problems. So you have different levels of cyber advancement in these countries. We just have been mentioning about Pegasus. Some of these softwares are not even known by the African Union. And we also know that states have their own specific interests. But worst of it all is that we are getting into a cyberspace competition that in turn African Union may not even be able to control because of the competition within which nations globally, regionally operate. But maybe what the African Union can say is encourage and call on states to respect the provisions of the African Union and also domesticate the provisions that the African Union has given. The worst bit of this cyber insecurity is that you will never know, or rather it is hard to tell where the enemy is operating from, thanks to borderless communities and world. I think that's what I can say, Jimmy. On the issue of papers, yes, we intend to produce papers out of these discussions. Hopefully it will be a way of enhancing knowledge and also sharing it with the rest of the users of cyberspace in different communities. I submit. Over to you, Joseph.
Now, thank you very much, Dr. Ann, for that presentation and for those responses. Allow me invite Professor Alex to be able to take us through another presentation right before we get into lunch. Professor Alex is here, Alex Mbazira, is here to discuss an exposure to cybersecurity and digital forensic tools and is a professor from Marymount University in the US. Professor, are you online? Professor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Let me share your slides for you to proceed.
Okay, I'm having trouble with setting the slides. I'm right now at a conference in South Carolina, right at the Atlantic, and the hurricane came through. So the network has been kind of unstable, but I'll talk and then I'll be able to share the slides later.
So I'm going to have them shared with me here as you take us through.
Okay. Okay, just pin me, sir, so that I'm able to talk. So I'm going to give a short talk on an exposure to cybersecurity and digital forensic tools. So I'll just give a short bio sketch on who I am and why I'm here, because I'm the only person standing between you and lunch. And then I'll talk a bit about international legal and regulatory frameworks. I'm very happy with how Dr. Ann covered the other side, which is, oh, they've come. Please run the slides for me. Okay. So if we move to the bio sketch. So I'm a tenure track assistant professor in cyber in the College of Build, that is Business, Innovation, Leadership, and Technology at Marymount University. I'm actually going up for promotion this semester to associate with tenure. So my research is around cybercrime and artificial intelligence with cognitive processes. I just published a book chapter on that. I'm also doing a lot of work in research also in offensive cybersecurity. I'm also in the middle of another grant where we are trying to look at how we can use, improve security in medical wearables. I've so far received more than $3.5 million of funding since joining Marymount. This is now my 5th year, both in academic and also applied research. So I'm also a member of the cybersecurity working group for the Washington Board of Trade. So let's move to the slide where I talk about the legal and regulatory frameworks. So you can share the slides as I talk.
Yes,
so
please.
Anne has talked about the current laws of the land in Uganda, but I wanted to pull out one framework that is picking a lot of interest and also picking a lot of adoption, especially here in North America and also in the EU, and that is the NIST cybersecurity frameworks. NIST stands for the National Institute of Science and Standards and Technology. And this place has a lot of very, very interesting frameworks which are being developed by the federal government, and they are shared free. When I moved to Europe last year, I was very, very pleasantly surprised to see that also NATO is adopting these frameworks to craft laws and also to craft policies that govern cybersecurity. So now, one of the things that we have to be very, very, very aware about is that cybersecurity is an evolving space. The attack surface keeps changing. The attacks continue to change. Right now, of course, we talk about cyber attacks targeting computer networks. We have now mobile devices, which are also computers on their own. We've got IoT infrastructure, whereby now we are looking at, smart cities. We are looking at home automation. We are looking at wearable technology like your Apple Watches and Samsung watches. We are looking at anything IoT, anything that connects to the internet now becomes also part of the bigger grid, which means that all these are just attack services, which make it ripe for cyber attacks to escalate. So meaning that now for us to do our job as the cybersecurity professionals, we have to be able to work within existing laws of the land. If you work as a forensic professional, we have to work within the existing laws of the land. Okay, now let me talk about the tools. I will start off with the forensic tools. Now, for the forensic tools, I do a lot of work around malware. Malware is a big thing, especially when you talk about instant response. An attack has happened. How did it happen? They use malware. Our network has been turned down, or it has been attacked. What are they using? They're using malware. So now there are some tools like this one, APET DNS. These are free. Most of the beauty with cyber is that most of the tools are free. Okay, most of the tools are free. APET DNS is a very, very nice tool, which allows you to be able to study the behavior of the malware, especially what malware is intending to do. Is it intending to move around the network and collect information and send it back? Is it trying to target specific information and siphon it out of the network to some remote place? So without you exposing your network, you can be able to create an isolated place, like a virtual, virtual machines in a virtual network, and then be able to run network services like DNS services in a controlled environment for you to study what the malware intends to do. And the APET DNS is one of the best tools out there, which help you study these network-based exploits from this malware. Next slide. Now we have another tool, and that is autoruns. Now, autoruns, this is one of the tools that comes from the Microsoft's system internal suite of tools. These tools are free; they're from Microsoft, but this is a very, very nice tool to also use to study, especially persistent malware. Trying to understand how the malware persists. Now, some of you may be asking, what is persistent malware? Now, we have very, very sophisticated malware campaigns, which are coming in from very well-sponsored organizations like, foreign governments, even some private cybercriminal organizations, which are sponsored or working with some of these, foreign entities. And what they do is that because they have money and resources, they design malware that intends to spend more time on a network to study what you do, to collect all kinds of things, all kinds of crazy things like information, stuff that you're working on. And these you see terms used like advanced persistent threats. So this kind of malware tends to install itself in very, very specific places, especially when you look at the Windows operating system, like the Windows registry, like setup folders. So they have places where this malware kind of hides, and it runs like other services, which run with the Windows file system. So autoruns is one of those good tools that you can use to search for possible places where this malware may persist. It generates very, very nice tools. If you go to the systemsinternals.com site, you can be able to download this tool and also a lot of other tools which come from the Microsoft Systems Internals suite. Now, another nice tool which I love is Burp Suite. Now, Burp Suite is very good in testing web applications. You can configure this tool to be able to trap specific server requests. For instance, man-in-the-middle attacks, whereby a tool, let's say a malicious tool, may be intercepting traffic between an end device and the server. Okay. And then also with this tool, Burp Suite, you can be able to modify data and requests which are moving between the end device and the server. So when you're trying to do some pen testing to see how well your web applications are shielded from web attacks, Burp Suite is one of the great tools that you can use for testing these web applications. It's also a free tool. I also provide a link on where you can be able to download this tool from. Then we have CFF Explorer. This is a very nice tool to do what we call static malware analysis. Now, before you run the malware to understand what it does, it's also important to first do static analysis where you don't run the malware, but you extract evidence from the malware. That evidence can be able to guide you on how the malware may behave, so that you spend less time figuring out what the malware is working on. The evidence will tell you, you may find IP addresses, you may find domain names, you may find commands that systems admins use when maybe the malware is trying to scan and figure out how to jump around the network. So CFF Explorer is a very good tool to be able to extract resources that the malware is going to use from the operating system, so that when you design, when you run the malware to study its behavior, you spend less time because you already have evidence that allows you to be able to set up the tools that you need to use the evidence to be able to run the malware to get its actual behavior. Then we have another tool, which is the next one, which is Dependency Walker. This tool can also be used for static analysis. Now, when you look at a Windows operating system, you are looking at executable files. You have binary executables, exe files, and then you have DLLs, okay? Now, DLLs, when you're trying to study malicious DLLs, you have to use other kind of tools because the structure of a DLL is different from an executable. So Dependency Walker is one great tool that you can use to see how these dynamic linked libraries, that's what the DLL stands for, being maliciously used to exploit a network, okay? And this tool can show you like a hierarchical tree diagram of all the DLLs which will be loaded in memory when the malware is what? The malware is run. Next slide, we have hex editors. Now, these are wonderful tools that allow you to open up an executable file and see the structure of the malicious binary executable file. Now, the one that I really use is WinHex. It's free. It's very, very robust. It has a built-in hash calculator. You can do a lot of pattern searching, okay? And also this is a great tool that you can use to kind of see where especially certain embedded instructions could be, okay? So then we have another tool, next slide, which is IDA-Pro. IDA-Pro is mainly used when you're doing dynamic malware analysis. So an incident has happened, you've been able to extract all the strings, now you run the malware to actually see it in action, how it works, what its intention is. So IDA-Pro is another popular tool that we use when we are trying to disassemble malware. Now, when you have source code and you compile the source code into a binary, what you have is normally what? Zeros and ones, okay? So meaning that now when you have a compiled executable, you can't be able to get back the original source code, okay? But what you can do is you can be able to convert the binary back to what? Back to assembly code, because at machine level, computers understand zeros and ones. So what you will have there will be simple mnemonic instructions, manipulating the registry, moving data around in zeros and ones. And IDA-Pro is one great tool that will be able to show you what kind of functions are built within the malware, how these functions are being called, and also how the malware is exploiting a target network or a target victim end device. Now, IDA-Pro has got a freeware version, but then it has got a commercial version that has got all capabilities. But the other tool that is similar to IDA-Pro that is absolutely free, is great for the same job, is GHIDRA, GHIDRA, okay? It's also a disassembler that also does the same things as what? As IDA Pro. Then we have iNetSim. Next slide after Jydra, iNetSim. Now, iNetSim is a Linux-based software suite for simulating common network services. So when you look at, when you look at the network, it's just, you have protocols running at different, different stacks of the protocol. If you look at TCP/IP, if you want to run some of these tools in a Linux environment and want to simulate, a network and to kind of understand how the malware utilizes network services and network protocols, iNetSim is one of the great tools that you can use to simulate, a virtual network that is, sandboxed or bulletproofed from your actual network to understand how network services like email services, FTP services, and the like are used by the malware. So the next slide, we have Oli Debug. This is a great tool for debugging malware. Okay, when you're debugging malware, you're trying to understand really, slowly how the malware is calling in different functions and different modules, what kind of parameters it's passing around. Okay, Oli Debug is a free tool, but however, for you to use to debug malware, some of the malware may be packed and compressed, meaning that you won't be able to tell how the malware behaves, and you can only do so when you unpack the malware. Okay, now this is also like a full lecture on its own. The art and science behind unpacking malware, and also how you analyze this malware using a debugger. So we have some great tools, great tool like Oli Debug, which is also free, that you can download from that link, which I provide at the end of that slide. So next slide, we have Process Explorer. Now, this is a nice, great tool for you to understand how malware may generate additional malicious processes, and also most importantly, how malware can be able to hijack legit processes. Like, let's say I'm using a browser. A browser is a legit process. It's not a malicious process, but malware can be able to hijack, let's say, a Firefox browser process, okay, and then be able to conceal and kind of mimic itself as a Firefox process, yet in actual sense, it has got other intentions. Let's say it wants to target certain files and maybe be able to shut down the operating system, or maybe it wants to move around from, within the network to see what exactly people are doing, what kind of documents you're sharing. So also this tool comes from Microsoft. It's free. It's part of the system's internal suite of tools, which are also available at that link, which I also provide. Next slide. We have Resource Hacker. Resource Hacker is also another powerful tool that we can use to be able to extract artifacts from malware. This one works for both 32 bits and also for 64-bit binary executables. So this tool can also extract even artifacts from dynamic click library files as well. And it can also be, this it does by looking at the structure of the malicious file, and it just pulls all the resources which this malicious file uses when it requests for these resources from the operating system. So this tool also is extremely free. Then we have next slide, sandboxes. Now we have a bunch of tools which I provided, at the end of this slide here, which are already configured, running in the cloud. So all you do is just to load your malware, and then what these tools will do is that they'll run their algorithms, and they'll be able to quickly tell you what kind of artifacts are in the malware, what kind of resources the malware uses, whether this malware has been seen before, and also whether this malware is a variant of maybe a modified piece of malware that has been seen before, okay? So these are automated tools. They have their limitations. So that is why sometimes you have to also put in some additional work in trying to also study the malware yourself using static analysis and also using dynamic analysis. Next slide. Snort is a very, very powerful open source DNS. It has been there for really a while. It's still a very, very powerful intrusion detection system. What I love about it is that you can write your own signatures and integrate them in Snort. You can also download and integrate, some trusted malicious network signatures and integrate them within this tool. Snort is open source. It's a nice tool. So at the end of that slide, I provide a link on where you can download this tool. Then we have another tool called Strings. This one also comes from the Systems Internal suite of tools from Microsoft that we use a lot in extracting strings, artifacts from binary data or binary malicious executables. So here, this could be ASCII strings or Unicode strings. Now, when you get all these strings, they will really help you a lot in how you can go about dynamically analyzing malware. Then Wireshark. Wireshark is a powerful open source packet analyzer. We use it for dynamic analysis. Now, when you run Wireshark, what we're trying to see is what kind of traffic is being generated by the malware, okay? And then we can also use Wireshark to analyze different protocols which the malware is attempting to exploit, network protocols. So also Wireshark is a free tool. It has a easy to use graphical user interface, and it's also extremely free. Then we have virtual machines. Now, when there is an incident, never, ever analyze malware from a live network. All you have to do is to run the malware on a virtualized environment that has been disconnected from your actual live network. Okay, so now there are a number of tools that we use to create virtual machines. We have VMware. VMware has got some free variants and also those that you pay licenses for. There's VirtualBox, which is free. Then we have got Parallels, which mainly works for Mac. There's QEMU, which runs specifically on Linux. There's Hyper-V, which purely runs on Windows. And then you have UTM, which also only runs on Mac. Now for Mac, when it comes to VMware VirtualBox, I'm putting a star there. Currently, right now, for Mac, these tools can only run well on Intel-based processors for Macs. These are the older Macs. But for the new Macs, which are running on I think it's a RISC. It's the CISC architecture. That is M1 and M2 line of chips. Right now, those tools can't work. You can use UTM. UTM works very well, or Parallels. And then we have Sleuth Kits. Now, Sleuth Kit is a tool that we use for you to be able to compile your forensic reports, okay? Compile your forensic reports. It has a bunch of tools that we use for forensic analysis. It's also free. It supports both the NTFS and also the FAT file systems, that's the file allocation table, and the new network file systems from Windows, okay? It's for Windows, when you use it, you have to run CigiWin. CigiWin is just a tool that emulates Linux environment or a Windows environment. Otherwise, this tool runs very well in a Linux environment, especially on Kali. Then, in line with that, there's Autopsy, which is a cousin for Sleuthkit. Now, it's used for forensic information gathering, and also you can use it to log all the evidence that you get as you're compiling a case. Okay, so if you're looking at chain of custody during incident response, Autopsy is a great tool that you can use for that. It's free. There's also a commercial version which is very expensive. I think it costs about either $3,000 to $5,000 a license, which is NCASE. But Autopsy works equally as good as NCASE. It's a commercial, which is a commercial cousin. Then you can't talk about forensic tools without talking about Python. Python has really created a niche in the cybersecurity world and also in the forensics world. You can be able to use Python to automate most of your tasks. Okay, Python also works very well with a number of disassemblers. Okay, and also a number of malware analysis tools. Okay, it has a lot of built-in, interpreters. It has so you can easily make your life extremely easy, because you can be able to, when you automate and be able to put filters, you can be able to denoise your evidence using Python. So Python is a great language to learn. It works very well in cyber and also in digital forensics. So now let's talk a bit about the cyber tools. Now for cyber tools, especially pen testing, we have Metasploit. This is a tool that you can use to test how well or how cyber ready in terms of cyber resilience your network is. Okay, this tool is packed with a bunch of exploits for different vulnerabilities, lots of vulnerabilities, which you can be able to run to test your network and also to test operating systems. So it can run on a local network. If you've got internet connected devices, it also has features for you to do port forwarding to connect to your other networks, which are connected via via the internet to create your wide area networks. So for pen testing, vulnerability assessment, and a bit of offensive cybersecurity, Metasploit is a great tool. Then we have AirCrack. Now, AirCrack is a good tool to test passwords that your users are using to connect to your Wi-Fi networks. So this is a packet sniffer. It can be used to crack WEP, WPA, and WPA2 kind of Wi-Fi networks. Okay, so if you're trying to test whether people are using funny passwords like 123, this is a good tool that can be able to crack those passwords. And it does this via hash cracking and also via launching dictionary attacks. Then we have Netcat. Netcat has been a tool. I've done a lot of systems admin work before when I was still in Uganda, especially when I was still with KIU and also St. Lawrence. And at that time, where even now we still use Netcat. Netcat is a systems admin tool. It comes shipped with any Linux you can think about. Even Windows, it does come, it's available also on Windows. And this is a tool that you can use to perform some port scanning to be able to determine what server services are being set up and are listening. And also you can also use it for port redirection. It's a great tool to use to debug your network and also to be able to test daemons which are running. These are network services which are running that are not authorized to run on your network. So if you see someone starting up, let's say an email server from their laptop and that server is not authorized, you can be able to use this tool to scan for those kind of things. Next, we have John the Ripper. it's a very, very good tool to brute force attack passwords. This one, we normally use it to test how good, how strong the passwords are, which our users are using on the network. So it cracks hashes, it cracks passwords for zipped and compressed files, it can even crack passwords for also locked files. So meaning that if the password takes like a few seconds to crack, then that means that the password is weak, okay? That means change the what? Change the policy, password policy. Then we have SecurMap. SecurMap is a good tool for, what? For performing SQL injection attacks. This tool also automates, a lot of SQL injection parameters. And then we can be able to use it to test for possible SQL vulnerabilities, SQL injection vulnerabilities, okay? Which may be running on your database servers. So if you're trying to test for SQL injection attacks, SecurMap is a great tool. Now, I left out Kali because Kali comes shipped with all kinds of tools. And also we have some tools that we use to be able to scan rogue wireless networks which could be running on your network, okay? So let's go into Q&A. But I'll thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to share, some of my, experience and expertise with you in this seminar.
Thank you very much, Professor Alex. Allow me, members, to invite you for a Q&A session. The next one. Okay, Jimmy, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Prof. Alex, for the presentation. I like the fact that you're bringing in the aspect of the forensic tools. I want to find out for you in terms of admissibility of evidence. We've had some challenges because if you're going to use free tools in admissibility of evidence, many times we've gotten the challenge, in fact, that we have now many lawyers that have taken on cyber legislation and cyber forensic as a law practice, and they always want to look at your last updated license. That's a critical one. So we run NCASE and FTK, but of course the costs of maintenance are quite high. And so I wanted to hear if you've had experience in other countries, in other jurisdictions, because we tend to see a lot of free tools that are doing quite robust work, could even be doing far better than those that are costly. Why do you think we have a lot of free tools? And is there any issue in terms of the legal sphere in other countries? Is there something maybe our legal environment is not doing well? I just wanted to get your mind on that. Thanks.
Yes, if I share my experience with NATO and with also here with the United States, because I do a lot of some deep stuff with the government as well. We are using a lot of free tools. There are tools that have really made a landmark in, especially in this field. I'm even surprised that courts in Uganda are having trouble with you using tools like Autopsy and SleuthKit. Yet here we don't have those issues here. I think it has to do with the legislation, okay, and also I don't know how well the forensic community has been able to organize itself, okay, into a professional association that can be able to amplify and be able to put up a case and more understanding, around the tools that we use. Here, the forensic community is very, very organized. It also has practitioners both from private sector and also from government. And they always meet and they share so many free tools which they use for this kind of work. So when it comes to chain of custody,
sorry to interject, just if you have some, for example, I talk of international instruments or legal instruments whereby these tools are freely acceptable, because the defense counsels will always pose back and query your evidence in line with the license issues. So this is where we want to compare with if a free tool which has no license. It's like an antivirus. I could run an antivirus which is not a pirate one, and I could crack it and still works for me. But I'm talking of admissibility of evidence. Maybe again, it goes back to like the forensic community you said, but also we want to pick some international instruments, because most of these are tools we are picking from Western countries and placing within our environments.
Now, the other thing I want to pose is that, are you aware that there's so many publications in very, very respected journals that are around even to some of the tools that we are talking about, which can also be used to put up a case?
Well, that's something we would have a discussion.
And from authorities, and actually from some serious, forensic authorities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. I have a hand from Wamanga. Andrew Mwanga. Yes, Andrew Mwanga, please go ahead. Now, in the meantime, as we wait for him to come, he's asking to be unmuted. Okay, fine. So we can still engage further online in the chat room. Chat room is very open.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my mic was muted and I couldn't unmute. Yeah, I'm Andrew Mwanga, and I've got a just wanted to add to the previous point. I'm based in the UK, so we kind of see things similar to the ones in the US, though a little difference when it relates to privacy. I'm not from the forensic part of things, but I'm in cybersecurity, mostly human aspects of cybersecurity. And I like that question on free tools, because I think we have to add a bit of a caveat here. Free tools is kind of a general word, so I don't know how you take it in forensics, but when you say free tools, it's risky because free tools that are just free is a problem, and I'll add to that. But if you're saying open source, then we're talking something different. So that has to be different. So the question was, are free tools okay? The answer is maybe yes, maybe no. But are open source tools okay? Then the answer is yes. So you can get a free tool, and if it's open source, meaning you can see the source code, then that's fine, because you know what it's doing in the background. But if you can't see the source code, then you have a problem. So the tool is free, but you can't see the source code, then you don't know what it's doing in the background. That's a problem. So I just want to add that part, that saying free tools are fine or not, you can't be sure. But the right answer is it can be free as long as you can see the source code, because you can now trace what's going on. A license isn't important. As long as you can show whoever is checking that we can see the source code, we know exactly what it's doing in the background, a license shouldn't be in your way. So I can't give examples from forensics because I'm not a forensic person, but that would be my argument. If I've got a free tool, I know the source, it's all fine.
Yes, I'm coming from both worlds, because I do both forensics and also cyber at the same time. The issue I want to put here around I'm using the word free, but there are tools. Okay, open source is a great place that we can focus this discussion on, because you have got a copyleft license or an open source license. Okay, and there are tools that have really because now let me give a quick example. We all use, let's say, Linux in some way to be able to do kinds of stuff. I know someone posts something here like, oh, there's Kali. Kali is one of the great tools. It's free. You don't have to pay nothing for it. It's open source, okay? And that's why I'm asking myself that why are folks having trouble with some of the tools that have been known, okay, to be able to do a great job in, in analyzing, incidents and be able to, and they're being properly used in the chain of custody. If it's a free random thing or like freeware, then of course there are issues. Okay, that I'm not vouching for those kind of things, but I'm vouching for stuff that has been tested and stuff that we use, and all the things that all the tools which I've presented here in my presentation are tools that have been vouched by the forensic community and also the cyber community.
Well, I completely agree with you. I was just saying, the one who raised the problem. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I was saying the problem that was raised was that, in Uganda they're saying they can't use the free tool. So that's what I'm saying, that should not be a case.
Yes.
They should have that freedom as long as they can see what's happening in the background. Yeah. So I completely agree with you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Raphael. And then we will have Douglas.
Thank you, Professor, for that very insightful presentation. I must admit that there are some tools that are new to me. I have not had my voice to the debate concerning admissibility of evidence in court. Usually, I think in the US, there's what we call the Daubert standard, which is basically a standard pertaining to the rule of evidence regarding admissibility in what? Expert witness testimony. And with this standard, as long as you can prove that the digital evidence which was acquired from the scene of crime has not been tampered with, then that will be admissible in court. So it may not matter which tool you have used, as long as you can prove that your evidence was not tampered with, did not change from the point you gathered it until it is in court. Because remember, in court, you are taking some form of evidence. It could be an image of maybe a server or a phone. And so that is the standard which applies. So here, the tool you use may not matter. As long as you can prove that. That was my, I wanted to add.
Yes, that's why, when I was starting off in this, talk, I talked about the chain of custody. And forensic, analysts are trained in chain of custody, how to handle evidence, how to process it, how to make it adducible in a court of law. So I've taken some of that training as well. And also it's what actually prepped him up for this journey, especially for the work that I do, of my consulting work, which I do also with federal and also private sector.
Thank you. Can we have Douglas as well? Douglas, over to you. Oh, okay. Yes, Douglas, please go ahead. You're free to unmute yourself. Douglas, are you there?
Seems they're muted.
All right. I think.
Hello.
Yeah, he is. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Douglas from Ghana. Mr. Alex, thank you very much for the insight. Please, concerning some of our organizations, advising them or educating them concerning the cybersecurity issues, due to the amount of some of the softwares, they do fight you concerning how they are supposed to pay for them to protect their data and their staffs. So what must we do? Because it's a challenge, we have to solve it. And some of our companies or our agencies find it difficult or complain about the amount involved. Since the free source are not that reliable, what must be done?
I'm going back to, especially now, since we are all representing different countries, and I'm going to talk about what really I have found working. Whether it's cyber or forensics, the communities have to come together, or professionals, and be able to form up, some professional association. And that group has to be able to kind of be able to advance the state of the art in terms of, best practices, what is permissible and what's not permissible. Otherwise, lawyers just jump in and say, hey, just come up, build up a case. Now here, we have lawyers who are taking computer classes and forensic classes, okay? And they're also taking all the certifications that come with these, technical professions, because now it's helping them to be able to understand really, what it takes to be able to work with digital evidence, how it's collected, how it's processed. At the same time, I'm also making a very, very humble call, because I have a student who have trained at a doctoral level, who are now working with Senate and Congress as scientists to decipher these concepts and be able to help Congress and Senate come up with laws that, that makes sense, especially since we are in an evolving an evolving domain. Okay, so now yes, a lot of doctorally qualified scientists are being hired by Congress to be able to help them understand, okay, what is cybercrime? What is a crypto scam? What is this? So that, when they call in all these different professionals and they are trying to, understand, how especially these technologies work, how they can be able to design laws that make sense. Then, in that way, I think we shall be able to make some milestones, especially when it comes to different parts of Africa. But if the tech people are this side, the cyber people are the other side, then you have the parliamentarians on the other side, and no one knows what is going on. It will be very, very hard. It will be very hard. That's why we need to have a community of cyber and forensic professionals coming together, and then being able to create an organ that can be able to help, especially parliamentarians, come up with laws which make sense. And then we have to also onboard even those legal professionals into this conversation.
Thank you, Professor. We have a comment from William Chibirango, and says, Dr. Alex Mbazira is very right. Our legal system just needs sensitization on modern computer forensics to treat this problem, because it makes no sense to dismiss evidence obtained using respected tools and methods.
Yes.
So I think it comes back to, to make the point much stronger than it was. So thank you very much, members. Any comment, Professor Alex?
Just in closing, for me, I'm excited about this workshop, and I'm hopeful that in the forthcoming workshops, we shall see other professionals from other fields coming in to attend a cyber awareness workshop.
Indeed, noted, and they will be on board. Thank you. Next on the list, as we're having a working lunch. It's not easy to keep people online from morning to now without having something to eat. So my request is we have some working lunch as we listen in to Mr. Peter Mukulu. Mr. Peter Mukulu is one of our presenters, Ugandan, and he's a digital transformational specialist with 20 years of experience in digital transformation in public and private sectors. Previously, he was headed the ICT department in National Water and Sewage Corporation, the Uganda Communication Commission, and Uganda Bureau of Statistics. He has carried out several consultancies in East Africa, West Africa, and the Middle East. He's a non-executive director in One Design Limited and UPRS. Currently works as an IT project management consultant with the African Development Bank in Abidjan. In terms of education, he's a Bachelor of Science graduate, Bachelor of Computer Science and Statistics, a Master's in IT, a Masters of Business Administration, Certified Balance Scorecard Professional, Certified Project Management Professional, and with several other certifications in ICT, business, intellectual property fields. Mr. Mukulu is discussing for us data security and privacy in the wake of accelerated online presence. Mukulu, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks to Professor and Chair, Session Chair, for this opportunity, and thanks to the previous presenters for the insights that have already been presented. Very enthusing, a lot to learn, and I will try to build onto that, and hopefully we add to the body of knowledge and the conversation on the issue of protecting ourselves and in the cyberspace, but also utilizing the value that it offers. I hope my screen is clear or can be seen. Yes, it is. Okay, great, thanks. So I'll just take a few minutes and share thoughts on data security and privacy in the wake of accelerated online presence. I will give a context, look at what's happening in terms of some of the trends within, of course, the time limitations that we have, and also share insights into what does the future look like and what can we do about it in terms, moving forward. Perhaps areas of research, but also areas of personal interest, because at the end of the day, we are all stakeholders in this, and it affects us in different ways. The presentation will be shared with the organizers, and they will share it with the different participants. So just to take a bit of time travel and move backwards to how we've evolved in this journey. I'll just turn off my camera just so that. If you take the African setting and most of the settings anyway, you find that there's been an evolution from looking at homes with internal walls, silent reading, beds, and so on. And around the 1990s, especially with the advent of the camera, the issue, I think around the 1890, the right to privacy, started becoming a popular concept. And of course, it has evolved over the period of time. You will recall, I'm sure Professor Jude and others will recall, write postcards, everything was in the open, and the faxes and so on and so forth. But we get into an area where we need to start, putting a curtain around our rights in terms of privacy. And this certainly has also grown over time. I think as of now, and those who are more educated in this area, as human beings, we've created tools for protection, for productivity, and so on. I think not many other species on the world do that. We are the ones who do that, or at least who have the maturity to do that. We've seen revolutions. We're speaking about the Industry 4.0, and of course, a lot of talk already beyond that, from record keeping and the idea of congregating around where records were, and that then formed the history of workplaces and the sharing of information, data processing, trade, exchange of value, and the concept of identity. Because at some point, we were people around, just like we had animals around, and then the issue of identity came up. And we see, of course, at the end of the day, we are physical beings, but the issue of legal identity, who are you? Do you have, something that can confirm who you are? So I carry an identity card or a passport which says I am Peter, and so on. Companies have that. Companies are legal personas. They have a legal personality and so on. But now we also see a digital identity, and all the conversations this morning have touched a little bit on this. So the issue of how do I identify myself in the digital world. And we're seeing even, a lot of evolution in this space. And so this then brings us into how we're managing our data in this space, in the cyber world. So, but what's going on? I've already talked about the industrial revolutions. We've looked at, moving from our horses to cars, to self-driving cars, and now we have self-propelling or unmanned aerial movement vehicles and so on, digital content and how much we share in the agriculture space. We see a lot of, not just agriculture, but in the space of science, a lot of gene sequencing and so on, and cloning things and creating genetically modified variants and so on. Digital money, the automation of value chains and ecosystems, assistance, hyper-connected everything, and a whole hyper-connected engagement model. So we're generating lots of data from a voluntary perspective, from a research perspective, also from a very involuntary perspective, as we shall see. So the drive for convenience, and I'm sure most of us have a smartwatch, you have a smart something around you, and perhaps many things around you. You probably have a smartwatch, a smartphone, a smart ring, a smart this, you have a smart car. Earlier, there were conversations about TVs and CCTVs and the mobile devices that we hold. So there's a lot of data around us. Most of these things we log in and try to identify ourselves with them. They are paired. We had conversations about IoTs, and they are talking to each other, about me, but they're also talking to the people who provide those solutions or who are the manufacturers of those solutions. And there's a lot of interconnectedness. And of course, at the end of the day, there's a lot of data generated and a lot of things. There's been talk about how much, most of these platforms know so much about us than our spouses. They know our heartbeat, they know when we are healthy, they know when we are not healthy, they know where we have been, they track our, geo and spatial points and so on. So it then calls to mind, how do we ensure that this is safeguarded? And the conversation this morning, I will not talk about so much. There's been a lot of talk about identity and authentication, but let's talk about why data protection. And there's so much whys, from, of course, the issue of identity theft, sensitivity of data and confidentiality of data, trade secrets, non-repudiation, to be able to say, if I physically came to your home or your office, you'd say you were here. But if I write to you, and people have talked about phishing and so on, how do I tell that the person I'm discussing with or engaging with is indeed the person that they purport to be? And a lot of crime and so on. But also, of course, there is issues of making sure that we enhance engagement and trade, of course. So if you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 12, which says, states, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, or home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honor or reputation. Everybody has a right to protection of the law against such interferences. And I think somebody already talked about the AU conventions and the Malabo work that was done on cybersecurity and personal protection, which highlighted, among other things, electronic transactions, personal data, and security, and has been a precursor to a lot of legislation around this, encouraging nation states to create legislations related to cybersecurity, related to protection of personal data, and so on. In Uganda, there's already a number of laws, or we call them cyber laws, or laws that are really helping regulate the cyber area. But just out of interest, the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019 and one of the clauses there, I think clause 10, talks of ensuring that our personal data is held in a manner which does not infringe on our privacy of the data subject. So there's already a call and a realization of this. And just perhaps why, if you look at your data, and I've just picked just a small subset of some of this, your name, your location, your health, your finances, your biometrics, and so on and so forth, loyalty interest, and so on. As we've seen earlier, this is being generated, you're sharing over your payment platforms and finance platforms, your health systems, and so on, the different registration platforms, your smart gadgets around you that facilitate you. So this data, what could be done with it? And these are just a few use cases to think about. So it's collected with a lot of data analytics applied to it. And now we have, a lot of predictive and prescriptive analytics going on. You could be profiled, and this could be used on one, how do I treat you? So by the time you show up, I know how I treat you. Could I commoditize you? Could I sell stuff to you? Could I sell your information to somebody else and say, this is a potential market? Could it influence my beliefs? Rather, could they get into my mind and be able to influence my beliefs and tastes? We've had talks of, elections being influenced over social media and so on and so forth. I think Afande Jimmy was talking about people who are being brainwashed, and we're seeing fanatics and so on. Could I purport to be you? Could I take over your digital persona on your LinkedIn, your social media profile, on your engagement, and I basically take over your life and be you, and we've seen some of the things in movies. We call them sci-fi, but some of those things actually happening in real life. So most of what we thought was, fiction is actually happening now. So these are just a couple of use cases, a few use cases to think about on the potential and what could actually be happening with your data. So having looked at that introduction, just a few definitions. I've left out security because we've had the whole conversation about security. So I'll just talk about what's personal data or personal identifiable data. The GDPR says data that can be used to clearly identify an individual. I'm paraphrasing. Just one moment. And then you have our Data Protection and Privacy Act, which is information about a person from which a person can be identified, So there are several definitions here, but just something to guide us. And of course, there are other textbook definitions and so on. So if you look at, again, the issue of privacy, and if we took a dictionary definition, and there are so many legal definitions, but the quality or state of being apart from company observation or the freedom from unauthorized intrusion, that that nobody's intruding into your space, and trust is the confidence or belief that something or somebody is consistently doing the right thing the right way or delivering as promised. So if we say, we shall leave you alone, you'll be left alone. If this platform says your data will not be used for something, you believe and trust that it will be done as they have promised. The reliance on character or ability or strength and so on. So if you are assured of that, then you can say, look, I can trust this system. And trust in the dictos is a whole conversation, but I thought I would share this. So what do we see happening? Gartner talks of changing landscape. So we've said a lot of times data is an asset, and true it is. But when you look at personal data, most of the companies have been collecting this data and they've kept it, taken it as their own, and as a proprietary secret as company property. We see a shift where personal data, and based on the UN and AU and the country regulations, and we'll see some of the driving forces, is being seen as indeed is an asset of the owner or owned by the individuals. So if my data is mine, whether you call it, and held in trust by the different firms or companies that are holding this. And that also brings into new challenges, and some of these have already been touched on. So there's data at rest, data in transit, data at use, and so on. And all these are giving rise to opportunities, especially from now, a lot of research on privacy enhancing computing techniques and so many others that we look at. The promise of artificial intelligence, which brings a lot of great stuff, but how does that then impact on privacy? We are talking about individuals consenting to the use of their data. So how do I ensure that I'm able to consent in the most convenient way, perhaps a self-service mechanism with the user experience of able to do that, but I can also have transparency in the observation or achievement of the compliance to the promises or to the parameters to which I consented. And there is quite a lot that could be done in this. So these are changing landscapes, different challenges on how do we achieve these promises or requirements of law or requirements of life and so on, but also how do we take care of those advantages. So an article from Harvard Business Review talks of some driving forces, just picked a few. So what's driving this? So as of now, there's a lot of awareness within the consumer community, within ourselves, within the population about our data, based on the laws, but also based on what is going around, the trainings and so on, that we're having this conference is already an opportunity, or this workshop is really an opportunity to have these conversations. So consumers are now increasingly aware that the data is being collected, it's being bought or sold, it's being transacted and used without their consent. And they are now having a lot of questions before giving it up. At least those who are aware, and we will see some of these issues. Government actions bring out regulations in relation to this. Perhaps 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was no cyber security or cyber crimes unit in our police. Now we see a fully fledged team. We see the judiciary talking about this, so the legal system, but also different mechanisms and processes to ensure that this is done. And of course, along the way, there's also, some of the AU and so on are encouraging cross-jurisdiction and a lot of cooperations, I would say. Market competition, a number of companies, at least fast moving, are realizing that now privacy is becoming a differentiator. We had price, we had product, and so on and so forth. And they say, oh, my platform gives you privacy. And that now becomes a key decision point in selecting which platform do I go with. We just had a conversation about open source, free, and so on. If you twist it around, if we are buying a platform, or if I was subscribing something, or which one of these gives me better privacy promise, and that could now be a differentiator in my decision making on this. So what are some of the rules? So trust over transaction. Basically what we're saying is that before it was an issue of transactions, now it has to be more of trust. So what is valuable now is what has been consented to, because first of all, it's legal. There are legal requirements or legal repercussions to collecting data in a manner that the subjects or the people on whom the data is being collected haven't consented. And certainly there needs to be consistent cultivation of trust and explaining in simple language how my data is being used or what it's going to be used for and how it's going to be stored and so on. And most of these are requirements of law, but as we've seen also within the marketplace, they are now becoming, there's a bit of movement on some self-regulation, but of course, some of that still, you see a lot of other capitalistic intentions moving on. Insight, how do we get insight without compromising the data or the identity of the user? So there are a lot of trust networks and so on. How do we ensure that you're able to get insights into the data? Because at the end of the day, we need data to create insights, to drive research, to drive innovation. How do we, get insights into this without selling data and infringing on identities? Flows over silos. How do we work as teams, internally or within a core creative ecosystem to get the maximum insight? As you've known, within companies, you have risk department, security department, IT department, marketing. How do we ensure that everybody is pushing in the same direction and getting the maximum benefit out of this data? There's certainly a lot in this space, but if you bring it together, then you look at issues of how do we ensure that the data is protected, and we've discussed security extensively. How do we ensure that there is privacy, that we're able to classify what is public, what is private? How do we engage third-party management? How do we work on request? If my company collected the data, how do we work on, because now I have a right to go to a company which collected my data and say, I would like to see my data that you collected. How do we ensure that those cases, those requests are answered? And how do we now also deal, especially from a security perspective, with all this movement towards the cloud and so on? So these are some of the, they've been with us, but putting it into context and of course, wrapping it around law and around rights, privacy rights and expectations that are leading us now to say what is now protected usable data and what's allowed. So I think the professor just talked about the NIST framework. So for companies, this could be, as we look into cybersecurity, and I think a few other colleagues have touched on this, this would be some framework to use. How are we able to identify our assets? How do we protect them? And how do we implement the different controls and awareness? How do we detect? How do we respond to incidents and breaches of security, just like breaches of privacy and so on? And how do we ensure that this is an ongoing process? So as I bring this to a conclusion, beyond the framework, I just thought, what are some of the tangible things we can do, as an individual or as a company and so on? So there are so many measures, but I think at the center of it, when it comes to data, because it's now my right, it's important I know my right, and then I therefore manage my behavior in regard to how I exercise those rights or demand that those rights be observed and respected. But we have regulations, and we have, of course, regulations always evolving to address current or already experienced circumstances, or to foresee and forestall any issues that are coming. I think there's been a lot of discussion on the technical areas. There's, I think, one area that has also been highlighted earlier is the issue of cooperation, cross-border issues, jurisdiction issues, company to company, and so on. And a lot of awareness and trainings that we need to look into. But there's so many, and I think the whole day-to-day has been full of what can we do in the space to protect ourselves, to protect our companies, to protect our entities, but also to leverage some of those. But just to highlight a few cases, training and awareness, and I thank the leadership of the university for this opportunity for us to come here and learn and see what is new, what are some of the old old nuggets, knowledge nuggets that maybe we've taken for granted, but they still rhyme true. We download applications. There's a lot of mobility. You download a calculator on your mobile phone, and it needs to know your location. It needs access to your voice. It needs access to this and so on. So it is also important to look into some of these things. How do you activate your privacy settings? Why would the calculator need to know where you've been, just as an example? So many times when we download these things, we're always keen to just click everything, tick all the boxes, but it's important to look into those. What are we signing up? Because you might actually be consenting to something that perhaps you would rather not consent to. Checking before reacting. I think a lot of discussion has been made on the issue of phishing and so on. Know your rights, because now we have laws, but also you have responsibilities in that space. And a lot, of course, so many other controls that we could have technical or otherwise that are in this space. But also what I like to highlight is report these incidents. If you feel you have had a breach, there's now a law, the Data Protection and Privacy Act. As in the context of Uganda, I know the US has laws, the European Union has laws and so on. And many countries now have legal frameworks to address some of these things, especially if your private data has been infringed, but also if you've had security incidents. Most organizations have IT security departments, whether together or separate. We have the police, and there's already been conversation here and presentations on what our police is doing, and the other arms of law enforcement. We have National IT Authority, UCC, and I think there will be a deeper conversation on the laws that we have in the country, but also preserve evidence. And the conversation earlier was about forensic tools, but there's a whole idea about, and after that, we had the conversation about how do we make sure this evidence is admissible in court. So preserve evidence, and I think that would be a whole conversation. Just like a normal crime scene, if people broke somewhere, manage your physical fingerprints. There's also digital fingerprints. So if you feel you've been compromised, try and preserve, and that could be a whole conversation. But report so that these cases can be investigated, so that people can learn, so that lessons can be picked from these incidents and we improve, because it's an evolution as we proceed. So Chair, I'd like to stop there and thank you for the opportunity, and perhaps we could have a few comments, maybe supplements or questions that we can answer now, and others we can always handle later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter Mukulu, for this insightful presentation. Peter's contacts, we had a Twitter handle. Please bring back the Twitter handle, Peter.
Sorry.
Yes, people may need to get in touch with you and share the wealth of your experience. That is Peter's Twitter handle, and also his email address for those that may want to get in touch. Friends, as that has always been from the time we did start, we now want to see if we can get into the Q&A session for about 2 to 3 minutes. And once this is done, we'll be able to go to the next presenter to help us also. We want to be able to conclude and let people go and enjoy the rest of the evening together. So any questions for those that may have queries, additions or subtractions, we are available. Feel free, just put up your hand and then you're to raise your concern, your comment, your addition or subtraction to this very interesting scenario that we've had today online, virtually. It's been very interesting and very informative. Over to you, members. The chat room is also open for those that have questions to be able to raise them. I'll be able to pick them up and relay them to Peter and any other member that is on board. As we wait for questions or comments to come through, we have comments already in the chat room. There have been engagements within the chat room. And I think members are going to share to make sure that we keep enriching this And we're going to have a forum for this to make sure that we keep sharing ideas and insights into what we do and wherever we are. Is the future is what we are doing. Any questions, any comments? At some point, I saw Mr. Andrew Segawa's hand up. Mr. Andrew Segawa, I saw your hand up at some point. Okay. If there is none, maybe I should pose a question. Do you have any questions or comments? Are we just tired? Colleagues online and those present? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Chair, at least I can hear you.
Okay, good. I think we have no comments. Allow me to move on to our next presenter, and that is Mr. Isaac Newton Mazima. And I think we're going to get the Mazima bit. Colleagues online, present both virtually and physically. The chat room is very wide open for everyone to push in their input. Mr. Mukulu has been online since morning with us and he's been engaging us. It's now available for engagement. Please reach out to him in the chat room. And if the gentleman next is able to finish in time, we're able to get into the discussions again and forge forward. Mr. Mazima Newton Isaac will be discussing cybersecurity in the wake of a cyber war. So I want to welcome him. I want to welcome him. Mr. Mazima, I have a little bit brief about him. He's a security specialist, married and currently working with the Uganda Special Forces. He has specialists in training in missile systems from Nanjing Academy, China, strategic operation planning training from UK, and that is a few of the list of the other studies, defense studies he has actually carried out. He has also done a junior command and staff course, currently pursuing an MIT in the field of computing. So, Mr. Mazima, you're very much welcome to this particular session, and please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to connect on so that I can be able to start on. I'll share it with the introduction and the description. That is the exact me. Now we'll get to the presentation. I'm trying to connect so that we can have some slides running and then we can proceed. Okay.
Any comments, please, as Mr. Isaac? Any comments?
Yes, I dropped a comment in the chat room. Maybe the participants or colleagues could react to it to address some of the concerns of admissibility of forensic evidence in our courts of law.
Okay, this is, says Mr. Alex for the wonderful, kindly share me. Okay, that is okay. Let's see, where is that comment?
Okay.
Is this, was it Raphael?
Yes, the comments are in the chat room, sent to everyone.
Okay. I'm seeing here in the US, the Dabat standard is used by judge to determine if the expert's methodology was scientifically valid. The expert witness before court should be able to prove that the forensic techniques and tools used are valid. For example, referring to the satellite proof. That is very nice. It also says forensic investigators appearing before court should work closely with prosecutors, prosecution, so attorneys to identify case law both nationally and internationally. Where similar tools have been used. The president said this will persuade the trial judge to admit the expert witness forensics expert report. Wow, this is very interesting. Wow, okay, this is very nice. Members, I want to believe that we go to the chat room and check what is there. Okay.
Using public Wi-Fi can put our personal information at risk, but facing a choice of using up our data or connecting with free Wi-Fi, most of us take the gamble.
So what is the risk? WBZ's Christina Hager got a lesson from a real-life hacker.
The risk for the public networks is because they're out there, they're open, unencrypted, an attacker can join it just as easily as you can.
And that's exactly what we did with the help of hacking expert Steve Walker.
All the different networks out there, all the different clients, and which one do I look like?
Wicked free Wi-Fi is available here on the Boston Common, and Steve created his own imposter version with a laptop and small device anyone can buy online.
Okay.
And that didn't take too long.
Okay.
Too long at all.
Anything I do?
Anyone closer to his signal than the one the city is blasting out will only see the fake wicked free Wi-Fi option. And if your device connected to the real system in the past, it could even automatically join this rogue Wi-Fi network.
So you just called it the same thing?
Yeah.
Or is there any slight difference?
Well, the name is exactly the same. The login page is different.
And that's my login page that I gave you.
For Steve's fake Wi-Fi, he created these two phishing links to Facebook and Gmail.
I could sign in here, and now you know my Facebook password.
That's right. Password was Hager.
Yeah, C. Hager, that's my name.
Steve is seeing every letter as I type it.
Could you be a fake business and take someone's
Connected,
credit
but
card
no.
information?
Yep.
And even
That's
if
connected.
you don't fall for the links, once you're connected to the imposter Wi-Fi, he knows your every online move.
You're going to Google.
Anything I'm reading, you can see what I'm interested in.
Yep.
This vulnerability can be exposed through any free and open Wi-Fi at coffee shops, stores, airports, hotels, anywhere.
There's always a risk when you join any type of public Wi-Fi.
If you do join, cyber defense expert Peter Tran recommends turning off any file sharing apps. And for iPhone users, this means AirDrop.
And if you're going to be on public Wi-Fi, make sure you're not working with sensitive data or things that you normally would not want to just share with everybody.
And before typing in credit card numbers or passwords, look at the address bar and make sure you see this lock, meaning the website is secure. On Steve's fake Google page, the address bar didn't even have that lock. And instead of google.com, you only see a series of numbers. That's a big red flag. All of this adds up to the reason for this advice.
If you don't have to get on public Wi-Fi, don't do it.
Christina Hager, WBZ News.
We've been warned repeatedly that using free public Wi-Fi can put our personal information at risk. But facing a choice of using up our data or connecting with free Wi-Fi, most of us take the gamble.
So what is the risk? WBZ's Christina Hager got a lesson from a real-life hacker.
The risk for the public networks is because they're out there, they're open, unencrypted. An attacker can join it just as easily as you can.
And that's exactly what we did with the help of hacking expert Steve Walker.
I can see all the different networks out there, all the different clients, and which one do I want to look like?
Wicked free Wi-Fi is available here on the Boston Common, and Steve created his own imposter version with a laptop and small device anyone can buy online.
And that didn't take too long.
No, it didn't take long at all.
Anyone closer to his signal than the one the city is blasting out will only see the fake wicked free Wi-Fi option. And if your device connected to the real system in the past, it could even automatically join this rogue Wi-Fi network.
So you just called it the same thing?
Yeah.
Or is there any slight difference?
Nope.
While the name is exactly the same, the login page is different.
And that's my login page that I gave you.
For Steve's fake Wi-Fi, he created these two phishing links to Facebook and Gmail.
I could sign in here, and now you know my Facebook password.
That's right. Password was Hager.
Yeah, C. Hager, that's my name.
Steve is seeing every letter as I type it.
Could you be a fake business and take someone's credit card information?
Yep.
And even if you don't fall for the links, once you're connected to the imposter Wi-Fi, he knows your every online move. Free Wi-Fi is available here on the Boston Common, and Steve created his own imposter version with a laptop and small device anyone can buy online.
And that didn't take too long.
No, it didn't take long at all.
Anyone closer to his signal than the one the city is blasting out will only see the fake wicked free Wi-Fi option. And if your device connected to the real system in the past, it could even automatically join this rogue Wi-Fi network.
So you just called it the same thing?
Yeah.
Or is there any slight difference?
Nope.
While the name is exactly the same, the login page is different.
And that's my login page that I gave you.
For Steve's fake Wi-Fi, he created these two phishing links to Facebook and Gmail.
I could sign in here, and now you know my
You have taken great care to secure your network. But even with responsible and sustained investments in your defenses, you're still at risk. Attackers can bypass your security through an uncharted software vulnerability, a loophole revealed only by the persistent probing of a determined hacker. This is how a network is breached. This is how valuable data is stolen. This is Zero Day. A zero day is a software vulnerability that is previously a small crack in the defenses that provides him a way to secretly execute code. With this vulnerability in hand, the hacker has a choice. Help the software vendor by providing them information about the vulnerability, or sell it to a broker, a black market vendor of zero-day exploits. The broker compiles an inventory of zero days to build his reputation on the dark net with one goal: selling his exploits at the highest price. The broker lists these zero days on secret forums. He acts as a matchmaker between exploit and attacker. The attacker needs an exploit that augments their existing tools and techniques. They use reconnaissance data to select the zero-day exploit that is most likely to compromise their target. Because zero-day exploits are previously unknown, they provide an element of surprise. The attacker incorporates the zero-day exploit into their customized attack, and once the perfect storm of program, process, and payload is concocted, the attack is launched. In a network protected by FireEye, NX series appliances can detect the intrusion, block the attacker, and alert system administrators of the attempted breach. PX series appliances enable the responders to freeze and rewind time, isolating the packet captures from the earliest moments of the attack.
Okay, members, sorry for the delays and interruptions. There was a connection issue, but it's finally sorted. I believe it was caused by efforts to protect machines and systems from the bad guys. So I will straight away go to my presentation, and I'm saying cybersecurity in a wake of cyber war. And I'm Newton Isaac Mazima to present this. Slide is not moving, that's why I'm here. So I start this with a quote, and I quote, "The 5 most efficient cyber defenders are anticipation, education, detection, reaction, and resilience. Do remember, cybersecurity is much more than an information technology topic, end of quote. This is by a gentleman called Stefan Napo, who is a vice president and also a global chief information security in SEB, which is a company, financial company that was started a couple of years back. The overview, I would say cybersecurity is becoming increasingly significant due to the increased reliance on computer systems, the internet, and wireless network standards such as the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi, and due to the growth of smart devices and various devices that constitute the Internet of Things. Owing to its complexity, both in terms of politics and technology, I particularly highlighted politics and technology, particularly to show you how to bring out the concept that politics influence almost all activities, both technical, scientific, and etc. So owing to its complexity, both in terms of politics and technology, cybersecurity is also one of the major challenges in the contemporary world. And it dates back in the 1970s when Bob Thomas created a computer program called the Creeper that could move across the ARPANET network. The ARPANET network is the Advanced Research Project Agency network, which was the first wide area packet switch network with a distributed control and one of the networks to implement a transmission of control or the internet protocol suite. So and by that, both technologies became technical foundation of the internet initiated by United States Department of Defense, dating way back the 1966. So that left a breadcrumb trail where whenever it went. So this gentleman, Ray Tomlinson, the inventor of the email, wrote a program, Creeper, the Reaper, that chased and deleted the trail. So Reaper comes the very first kind of antivirus software and a self-replicating program in that case. And now in this generation where we are, the cybersecurity industry is continuing to grow at a speed of light. The battlefield of war in the 21st century has been shifted to our IT systems, and no one can escape this digital battlefield because we move with it. We are in there, we are at the front. And so the task here is how to face it and how to live with it. I continue. So now we don't need a missile, for instance, to destroy a country's infrastructure. A good hacker can easily enter your server and can stop your vital infrastructures like electricity grid, a missile launch system, or power plants without necessarily coming to you or having a lot of exchanges with you, without even interfacing with you or giving you heads up that someone has intentions or ill-intentioned person wants to deal with your system. So this brings us to the aim. And the aim of this presentation is to apprise the workshop participants on the state of cybersecurity in the wake of cyber war. And to do this, I'll cover a scope where I'll start with an overview that has been covered. I will define a few key terms and then bring a picture of understanding of cybersecurity and then cyber warfare. I will talk about how to adapt to a changing threat landscape and discuss a bit about the future of cybersecurity, and then conclude. My approach in this presentation is not necessarily academic. It is based on what the ground has at play currently, and the suggestions put across approach the issues that are currently at hand and how we deal with them on a day-to-day basis as they show up. By that, I would define cybersecurity simply as the practice of protecting critical systems and sensitive information from digital attacks, so according to Wikipedia, and then also define cyber war as accurately described as a protracted period of back and forth between warring parties. And then also define cyber warfare to you for today's purpose as the use of cyber attacks against an enemy state or a rival company, stroke an organization or individuals, causing comparable harm to actual warfare and or disrupting vital computer systems. I'll take you to the understanding of cybersecurity and cyber warfare trends. And I'll say cyber warfare is any virtual conflict or digital attack by a country or individuals to disrupt and attack the enemy's computer, servers, and information systems. In these types of attempt to disrupt the information technology system of an organization or a nation or state, especially for military, vote rigging or election rigging, or cyber espionage. I'll continue to say, although technology may continuously change the motivations of the ill-intentioned persons, like I said in the beginning of the introduction, that politics and technology are starting to coexist. We realize that cybersecurity may not necessarily be brought about, or the perpetrators or the hackers, the bad guys, may not necessarily have the intentions of illicit gain or monetary. It can be a political agenda. It can be a business livery, among other things. So here I say, although technology may continuously change the motivations of the ill-intentioned, it remains remarkably constant. Nevertheless, the skills and operating models of the bad guys is in a constant evolution as criminals seek new opportunities to apply their skills and refine their techniques to make illicit gain. Meaning that the motivation of the innovations that move the technology world today, especially the hackers, to be specific, are motivated or brought about by the humanity necessities, starting from the monetary gains to the power struggles or the geopolitics of a given area. So as the shape, as the ground changes, as the interests change, innovations and the tactics used by the criminals are equally bound to change in order to be able to have them stay on top of the game. But this is not specifically or particularly for the bad guys or the criminals. But even you, the defender, the person defending your systems against such attacks, will have to direct your thinking, your planning, and your innovations towards the landscape that we are dealing with. And so I'm saying allegiances to the nation states or ideology are also a feature of humanity. And as such, bad guys may seek to cause harm to a system as part of the service to a foreign nation or to a defense systems to promote an ideology. I will leave it as plain as that. I don't want to get into the details of ideologies that are currently moving in different places. But the issue is that the motivation that pushes the hackers or the bad guys in this case into acts of breaking into systems of organizations, countries, in a bid to either dehumanize or get information or achieve their intent are motivated by a couple of things as earlier stated. I continue to say the armies, nations or states and societies of modern states rely on networked computer systems to function. Hence, we can expect computer systems will be targeted during the future conflict, disrupt the capability to conduct war, but also to demoralize and destabilize the population in general. Any new investment in technology can be expected to be targeted by the threat actors. Attackers will seek software vulnerabilities to exploit to gain access to the systems to steal what they can. And data can be encrypted and held to ransom or threatened with public release as data breach extortion. This has been explained in much more details by previous presenters, that in the near future, the WhatsApps we post, whatever we put in our systems, might be used against us or in a way to make money in a bid to protect the image of our institutions or ourselves when we change stature. So network capacity can be stolen to launch denial of service attacks or used as a platform to launch further attacks against additional systems. So equally, CPU cycles can be stolen to mine cryptocurrencies. Here I'm trying to show you how cybersecurity, especially in the circles of defense and security, is starting to come as a table issue for everyday persons, not necessarily a high-level first world countries today as it was before, but at every level and at every institution's knowledge. So then, after looking at all this, what comes into mind is, so where are we heading to with cybersecurity? Where is the future of cybersecurity, especially in line of the wake of cyber war? And I'm saying the evolution of Internet of Things represents multiple categories of cyber physical systems, integrating technologies related to smart grids, smart homes, intelligent transportation, manufacturing and supply chain, and smart cities. Such new technologies come with new types of risks. The Ugandan case, the mitigating factor is that the major institutions that we have that have been set up deliberately to deal with the cybersecurity threat include the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology and National Guidance. We have Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and partly Ministry of Education and Sports, but with other agencies that include the National Information Technology Authority and the Uganda Communications Commission. There has also been efforts to provide the legal framework, as earlier put across in the discussions, to have, which will include the Computer which include the Computer Misuse Act of 2011, the Regulations on Interception of Communications Act of 2009, Electronic Signature Act of 2011, and the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019, and the Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, among others. So these are deliberate efforts by institution, by the state as a lead agent in guarding and safeguarding or addressing the issues that could be brought about by the threats of cybersecurity. However, at an individual or institutional level, there are other indulgences that one can take on to be able to survive the threat that we have at hand in line of cybersecurity. And they could include artificial intelligence, which is basically putting a counterattack on the hackers and malicious software, where you need to build a system which can easily detect the malware or the virus in the system before it can harm the devices. The cyber insurance is the other option, where according to the different reports, the cyber crime damage is almost up to $6 trillion US dollars. And that was by 2021. So cyber crimes are likely to occur in future and cause huge losses for organizations. So these organizations want to transfer this risk. And so by that, we have cyber insurance carrying on the mantle. Then we have the cloud technology. Cloud technology, of course, it is nowadays the business and organizations are using the cloud service to secure and safeguard their data, particularly for storage. The cloud is just a server to store data and software and information so that it can be easily accessed by anyone, but not easily hacked into. This brings a lot of multifactorial authentication and may necessitate a secure navigation into the system to be able to build a strong firewall that cannot be easily accessed. Then the machine learning, which can easily collect, manage, analyze, and process data. And this way, it can analyze unpredictable cyber attack and develop response system. So specific algorithms can be developed and designed, which will predict and stop future attacks without any human intervention. Then, of course, the blockchain, which is a distributed, centralized, and digitized network, which can have millions of users. And each data is secured by cryptography. And so blockchain technology becomes popular and comes in as a remedy in this case. Because blockchain technology provides us with the best tools to protect the data from malicious sources. In order to destroy or damage a blockchain, a person will need to destroy the data stored. And that means you're virtually deleting everything that concerns a very huge group of people for you to be able to have an effect as desired. So I'll come to a conclusion and say cybersecurity should be about protecting more than just information or information system resources. A person or an organization. Cybersecurity is also about the protection of persons using resources in a cyber environment and any other assets, including those belonging to the society in general. So that has been exposed to the risk as a result of vulnerabilities stemming from the use of ICT. Innovation and technological progress are bringing new opportunities. However, the negative sides of humanity will seek to exploit these opportunities for their own ends. Yeah, sorry about the interruption, but before that, I was saying innovation and technological progress are bringing new opportunities. However, the negative sides of humanity will seek to exploit these opportunities for their own ends. So predicting how malicious threat actors will seek to achieve their ends allows us to plan and design features that thwart attacks. We continue by saying, armed with such understanding, we can conduct a threat intelligence-based risk analysis of any new system and identify what an attacker might do and how they might go about it. So from this, we can design the defenses and mitigation measures that will both frustrate the threat actors in achieving their goal and also help uncover their presence. Although not every defensive measure will be completely successful, each barrier an attacker must breach increases the costs to the attacker as well, and the chances of their efforts. And so this brings me to the end of my presentation. Details of specifications can be shared on a one-to-one basis, basing on the sensitivity of the topic. We do not want to get to specifications of incidences by citing examples that might also become another issue altogether in future. So we have a general understanding of my perception and how we are looking at the cyber security threat in a wake of the cyber war from the perspective of security or defense practitioners. Thank you. I'll come any additions or comments in that regard.
Thank you very much, Mazima. Allow me, members, to welcome a few comments towards his presentation. And as we prepare, that is discussions on emerging issues by someone from RENU, and that is Mr. William Chibirango, and someone from NITAU, and that is Geraldine Mugumia, the risk analyst. We have a question in the chat room already, and it says, is it possible to balance power in a cyber use to avoid a cyber arms race? I hand it over to you, a microphone over to you to respond to that. Is it possible to balance power in cyber use to avoid a cyber arms race?
Thank you. The question is it possible to balance power?
Yeah. To balance power in cyber use.
Power in cyber use, okay.
To avoid cyber arms race.
Okay, yeah, sure. It is possible, but the possibility is as hard as the cyber race itself. Because first of all, when we talk about the influence of politics in innovation, it means this is just a tool. The intent and goal is far beyond the technological innovations. And so I think it is possible, but it is only possible when we create organizations. We have countries, nations, and individuals sign up or ratify to rules or conventions that govern innovations and use or practices by the perpetrators or the hackers or ourselves, the users of the different technology. But even then, politics can still go over that and act otherwise. Just like you have countries and nations that signed up to different many other things, including the constitutions of different countries. But politics at some point goes over that, and we end up in another scenario altogether. So the best is to make this your daily eye catch, study and predict the future, innovatively come up with defenses that will not see you become a victim of the future humanity vices. I hope I've responded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Any other comment or hands? If you don't have, let's just keep watching in the chat room. Of course, they are going to raise issues and also other issues that cut across, but somehow touch your area of specifications. Please find some energy to go through the chat room and make some responses. And as you go through the responses, allow me to invite discussions and emerging issues from Mr. William Chibirango. Mr. William Chibirango is from Renew, and you're very much welcome. Over to you, Mr. Chibirango.
Thank you very much. Like they've already said, I am William Chibirango from the Research and Education Network for Uganda, which is a national research and education network for the nation. So allow me to share my screen. I'm going to show very few things actually, and I'm glad the university took an initiative to do this kind of gathering. I'm hoping that you can all see my screen.
Yes, we can.
All right, so basically what I have to say regarding these the topics that have been discussed today is mostly towards our member institutions that we currently connect. The Research and Education Network is basically a consortium or a member-based organization of all Uganda's academic institutions and research centers, among others. So I, in this organization, work as a cybersecurity engineer and part of the academic SAT of this country, which is called the RENUSAT. So there are not two SATs in the country, there are actually three. So if you wanted to get to know more about us, we have very many avenues for you to contact us. There's email, website, and our Twitter handle where we post any kind of security related information that our constituency requires. That is the Renew member institutions as well as the staff here in office. So the things we offer to our members is incident handling, which is the first and most important service we give to our members. Like the previous speakers said, that incidents happen everywhere, but people don't report on them, but they're actually serious. Actually, this entire year, I think the majority of the incidents we received are mainly pertaining to malware. So we wouldn't have known that unless someone actually told us about it. So we went and intervened as best we could and resolved the incidents. The other services are mainly just informational, like how this forum was assembled for security-related information dissemination amongst the community, as well as the entire world. So In addition to that, we also do auditing and assessment for our members, of which Nkumba University is among. And having brought this entire community together on this workshop, I think it will now make it a point for Nkumba University perhaps to take on such a thing in case they need to, because they know that they have an organization that connects them and gives them all the other good services that Reno provides, but also adding on security auditing. There are many other services that the SAT does, application filtering and spam filtering for our members institutions, but primarily we are an incident response team and communicate to the rest of the members as the need arises. So that's mainly it. I didn't have anything more to say on the SAT, but just to give a comment to the university management that they've done a good job in bringing this forum together and addressing these issues. The presentations have been quite good. And I think this would be the start of many other institutions doing this and educating their users as well as their leaders on the issues arising in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our representative from Reno. Do we have anyone from NITAU? Anyone on board from NITAU? Okay, as wait for the gentleman from NITAU, rather the lady from NITAU. There are a few things I've just seen here. One, just as addressing the COVID-19 pandemic required changing our social habits and routines to impede infection rates. Therefore, changing our online behavior can help maintain high levels of cybersecurity. That is one. Two, I've also been able to observe that inadvertently risk internet behavior increases with more internet time spent online. For example, the more time you spend online, you could easily fall for free access to obscure sites and pirated shows, and this will be able to open a door to illegal malware and attacks. This means that your networks, your colleagues, the people in your networks will be susceptible to the same that you've been able to go through. And I think that's why Francis from Centenary Bank said that they value so much the third parties that connect through to their network. Because as long as the third party has been compromised, they has also been compromised at some point. Therefore, multiple security layers are very key in this scenario. We also find that stress can incite users to take actions that would be considered irrational, that would be considered irrational in other circumstances. For example, I remember a time when everyone was looking for information about COVID-19. So many were tricked into joining certain other platforms, joining certain other areas or sources, and this brought about exposure, and most of them were affected or tricked into losing their data and so on and so forth. I was also able to discover and discuss that an organization has three major vulnerabilities in their environment. It can be a system flaw. It can be an attack where the attacker is able to access the system flaw, or an attack having the capability to exploit this flaw. This simply means that we must be very vigilant, perform penetration testing as often as possible, and also being able to use the different forensic tools as Professor Mbazira was able to share with us this afternoon. The overall principle, as it was presented from Dr. Ann's presentation, we also discover that the pillars of security are basically into confidentiality, where we have to find out who is authorized to use or access a certain data, integrity, to make sure that our data is as good as it's supposed to be. Not everyone can have access and make changes, but also it should be available at all times. Therefore, the triad for security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, takes key. Into this, we have also been able to tell and discover that we have different users on the network, and both the users, both external and internal, if not handled very well, they may pose a security threat to our organizations, to our environments. So cybersecurity looks at both internal and external users, but puts more emphasis on the internal users because they can easily have either technical or physical access to our devices, and they can easily harm us. So multiple security layers are very key and very important in this scenario. We have also been able to discuss and discover that we have to establish a baseline survey, and in so doing, we should be able to have different security models. These will help us to be secure online, because penetrating one model increases defense onto the other. And there are basically three. One would be security by obscurity. We have a perimeter defense and a defense index. Now, those alone are not enough. It is important to also be able to monitor the baseline security by logging and reporting events. Therefore, a security center is very key in making sure that this is done very well. Security response team is also very key to make sure that all cyber security issues will have a counter attack, or have a counter response to them. And then the last bit is maintaining the baseline security by being able to deal with different security breaches. Now, all that covered should be able to give us a secure access online, a secure access, and free from either ransomware, Trojan attacks, worms, packet sniffing, dumpster diving, name it. And overall, whatever we buy, as it was put by the auditor from the Auditor General's office, we must be able to, we should be compliant. Compliance should look at several compliances across the world, like the Children's Internet Protection Act. We have minors who are always online. 2, we have a security, a Health and Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. It is very key when we are looking for devices and we are accessing whatever we access online. We have a Sarbanes-Oxley Act, Payment Card Industry Compliance, and a Federal Card Industry, Federal Information Security Management Act. Now, those are a few things we've been able to capture in this particular workshop from morning to now. There is a lot that has been discussed, and we will compile everything. We're able to relay this to you through the contacts you've given us, and also be able to give you a wrap up of what has happened at the end of the day. At this moment, allow me to invite Dr. John Paul Casey to be able to give us the closing remarks. Then we are able to move on. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. And present from there, and then those that have been able to present online. So we are really grateful, and for those that for presenters, you've done well, but it would be meaningless without the audience. So the audience that have kept the line and the call alive, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. It's been, courageous to be there from morning until now. So we thank you for the time, the effort, and the airtime, the data. So the group has been full of students, has been full of practitioners, has been full of staff. So thank you so much. We can never thank you enough. So the issues that have been handled, as summarized by Joseph, the host, have been pertinent. And like the call was that this was the first, meaning that several others will be coming. And like we indicated in the introduction, that the purpose for this is simply to cause debate, highlight issues that are pertinent out there. Like we said, that many businesses went online, many businesses went into cyberspace, but were we ready? We were just pushed into this naturally because we needed to survive. There was no prior planning, but we had to achieve business continuity, and we're already there. And we cannot retract because we have already tested the beauty and the prospects of online presence. So issues to do with, say, privacy. One of the presenters mentioned work from home. So the issue of privacy where people are working from home is another pertinent issue that can be, that must be debated. For example, there is what we call the zero trust. Yeah, just take a scenario that you are home, you're working from home, and family is around. So how can you differentiate? Or how can you stop your spouse or your children from, how can you maintain privacy when you're in such a setting? So that calls about, sensitization about privacy, about ethical issues, work ethics, and societal expectations. So many of these will be coming in our future debates on the same. So I'd like, again, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of Nkumba University, and on behalf of all the organizers to thank you and wish you a good evening. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to close this session and wish you a good evening. I owe you.
Much. You can have the anthem in the reverse order. Close. Good.
Chosen for the service of the Lord. I owe you my services, you make my future bright. I owe you my dedication. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, members, for being part of this session. The room is now open for greetings to each other and get to know each other. Departure is at leisure. Thank you very much. Over to you.